10 o'clock and it's time for the council be in session. Will the council members please come to the council chamber?
It was a pretty big one. The one last night just kind of shook my room.
It's 20 minutes after 10, and we have Mr. Alatorre, Mrs. Chick, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Miskowski, Mr. Ridley Thomas, Mr. Savornich, Mr. Wax. Mr. Burnson, Mr. Fuhrer, Ms. Galanter, Mr. Holden, Mrs. Waller, would you please come to the council chamber?
And you have a request for number 17 to be forthwith from the airport.
We got a quorum, huh? Oh, yeah. Ready? We are momentarily expecting a quorum, but we do have a presentation, so let me point out, if we could have some attention in the council chamber. This is a meeting of the City Council for the City of Los Angeles on the second day of February 1999. There are 15 council districts in the city. The regular meeting days are Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We are currently being viewed by cable subscribers throughout the Los Angeles area on Channel 35, and we're also being monitored by council phone. So with that, before we start our regular meeting, Mr. Savornich, you have a presentation?
Carol, would you please join me?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. Thank you for this time this morning to make this presentation to the American Heart Association. With me is Carol Lugo, who is the Executive Director of the American Heart Association Los Angeles office. And February is American Heart Month. And this morning we would like to recognize the Heart Association for all of their hard work since 1924, when 6 cardiologists in New York founded the American Heart Association. The American Heart Association trains about 500 Americans a year in emergency care and spent nearly $312 million last year for research, support, and professional education and community programs. What the American Heart Association is trying to do is to reduce the risk of coronary disease and stroke by 25% by the year 2008. This morning, The American Heart Association joined me, colleagues, in a press conference outside of Parker Center, a motion that you will see on the desk this morning, which would be a major step in improving the quality of life of Angelenos and to reduce the amount of people dying from sudden cardiac arrest in our city. Mr. President, members of the council, before I make this presentation to Carol and the American Heart Association, let me show you the device that we highlighted this morning that would save lives across the city of Los Angeles. This is an automatic external defibrillator called an AED that is very user-friendly, that any person with a minimal amount of training could use to try to help a person survive sudden cardiac arrest. They cost approximately $3,000, and the motion that we are going to be brought forth to ask the Public Safety Committee to consider is to procure and place these at strategic locations across our city. Mr. President, members of the council, it gives me a great deal of pleasure in partnering and working with the American Heart Association, and on this day, as we begin American Heart Month, to present on your behalf this resolution on behalf of all of us to Carol Lugo and her associates at the American Heart Association. Thank you very much for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
I would like to say this morning on behalf of the American Heart Association to the City Council, thank you very much. We look forward to forging a strong partnership as we work to decrease cardiovascular disease and stroke in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
We have something for you also. Small token for appreciation.
Okay. Oh, yeah, me too. Call the roll.
Alatorre, Bernstein, Chick, Fiera, Galanter, Goldberg, Hernandez, Holden, Miskowski, Ridley Thomas, Swarnich, Wax, Walters, Ferraro, 11 members present in the quorum, Mr. President.
I want you to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. The first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Ridley Thomas moves, Mr. Wax seconds. There's no objection, unanimous vote. Next item.
Mr. President, this is the first of the month.
So would everyone please stand? We, as is customary, we pledge a salute to our flag on the first meeting of the month, and if you will remain standing, we have an invocation by Reverend Earl Thompson of the Wilshire United Methodist Church, representing the Los Angeles Interfaith Committee and the Methodist community of Los Angeles. Mr. Bernstein, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, would you place your hand over your heart and repeat after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend Thompson.
As part of a four-language faith community known as Wilshire United Methodist Church, where we worship in English, Korean, Spanish, and Filipino, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ. Annyeonghaseyo, Juanaso, Munhan Hamnida. Los saludo en nombre de Cristo. Venabakta eko keyo se panjalan nang panjunan Jesucristo. God's purpose for the Christian church is to demonstrate the truth of the gospel, empower and equip people for spiritual warfare, and to confound and overcome evil. God's purpose for those who govern is to provide justice for all people, provide resources for those unable to face the challenges of life, and to create an atmosphere of love and creativity for the generations to come. We praise God for this opportunity to call upon you for guidance and power. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Thompson. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
If there's no objection, unanimous vote. Next item.
The first item, Mr. President, are both ordinances. They're required public hearing items. Do you want to hold those on the desk?
Well, let's have the public hearing, and is there anybody in the audience who wants to be heard on item number 1 or 2? Anybody want to be heard? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. We'll hold these on the desk. There are ordinances, and we are expecting 12 today. So next item,
Next item, items 3 through 7, items for which public hearings have been held.
item 3 through 7. We do have people that want to be heard on 6, 5, and 6, but
That's special.
And Councilmember Ridley Thomas requests that item number 5 be called special.
Mr. Savarnich wants that? Oh, Mr. Ridley Thomas. Item 5 is called special. Any other specials? 3 through 7? If not, prepare the roll on 3 through 3, 4, 6, and 7. Tabulate them.
6 is special. I have.
5 and 6 are called special, right, Mr. President?
They are now.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3, 4, and 7. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item,
Next item, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 8 through 24.
8 through 24. We have cards on 12, 22, and 24. We'll call those special. Anybody want to be heard on any of the other items? Seeing none, the public hearing's closed on those. Any specials by council members? 8 and 16. Any other specials? If not, we have 8 through 24 with the exception of 8, 12, 16,
Which is 24?
22, and 24. And Mr. Alatorre moves on
Which is the one?
18. So prepare the roll on the balance. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved.
Mr. Ferraro, on
You made the motion.
item 18, I'd like to reconsider item 18 and call it special.
Okay. There's no objections. 18 is reconsidered and called special. Okay, the next item,
Next item, Mr. President, on the continuation agenda, items 25 and 26.
26, we'll call that.
Which is the trees?
Mrs. Chick, we have a request on 26 to
27.
27.
Yes, to hold it over until next week, 1 week.
Mr. President, on 27, could we send that to my committee, and it'll be the next committee meeting, we'll bring it back?
It's actually not my motion, it's Mr. Feuer's.
Yeah, it hasn't gone to committee, it's dealing with personnel issues and dealing with the consolidation.
Well,
So if we send it to committee, I'll bring it back in 2 weeks, that'll be my next committee meeting. We could
it's
schedule it now.
not for me to say because it's not my motion, I'm fine with that.
What do you want to do?
I'd like to send it to committee, Mr. President. It's a Rule 16 motion that's dealing with personnel matters.
27. Is there any objections to sending it to committee? Seeing none, that will be the order.
Yeah, that's what the order is right now.
Item 26, we have a request from
He can call
the
for reconsideration.
fire chief to be continued until February 17th because they want that to go to the fire commission. Is there any objections to that?
Start doing the jobs at April 1st.
Seeing none, that will be the order. 26 will be referred back and continued until the 17th. Could we have a little order in the council chamber so I can hear myself think? Which? It's to committee, Mr.
I was sending CD. If you wanted to go to personnel, it could go to personnel, but I just want it back here within 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay, the next item.
Next item, Mr. President, items 1 and 2 you had on the desk.
Yeah, we got 12. Are there any discussion on 1 and 2, the ordinances? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item.
Mr. President, we didn't do item number 25.
Huh?
We didn't take a vote on item number 25.
Okay, prepare the roll on item 25.
On item 25, I was calling that special. Is that dealing with the tree trimming?
Huh?
Yeah, that's the one I had to ask for a report. I needed the department here.
Okay, we'll call that special. Okay, let's take item 5 next. Mr. Hernandez, we do have some people who want to be heard on it, but I know you had public hearings.
Yeah, Mr. President, we've had many hearings on this, but I would call for a 10-minute public hearing on the item.
You have a 5-minute public hearing?
If you think you can get it done in 5 minutes, I don't have a problem, but I don't know how many cards you have.
Well, we have 5 cards, so we'll give them 6 cards. We'll give them a minute each.
Okay.
Okay, we have a card here with no name on it. It just says Domestic Violence Task Force.
26 continued to 217.
Don't all speak up. Okay, Emily Gold. Emily Gold, did you want to be heard on item number 5?
Right, 217.
Alana Bowman, your name?
I'm Emily Gold.
Go ahead.
I'm here representing Assemblymember Sheila Kuehl, and I'd like to submit her statement as public record. Dear honorable members, a motion approved by the City Council in 1994 creating a $5 million annual fund to expand services with both capital and operating dollars to victims of domestic violence in the City of Los Angeles resulted in the creation of new beds by existing programs as well as new programs. I strongly supported this action and applaud you for recognizing and responding to the needs of battered women and their children in Los Angeles. I understand that there are many needs in the City of Los Angeles and limited funds available to meet those needs, but I strongly urge you to continue to support and maintain the critical work of your city's existing domestic violence shelters and programs, as well as to allow for the development of other services to meet the needs of domestic violence victims. The city's Domestic Violence Task Force is presenting a recommendation that they believe will address the needs of the community. They are requesting approximately $1.5 million in funds for domestic violence services for the coming year. They are asking that 1, all grants for domestic violence shelters and programs currently funded through the Community Development Department be extended for at least a year, and 2, that the Human Services Delivery System be open for competition for any domestic violence providers who need to expand their shelters, expand their current programs, or begin new programs.
Okay. Are you going to use up all the time?
Yes, I'm almost done. I am continually impressed by the unique system of partnership between private and public agencies addressing domestic violence that has been created in Los Angeles as a result of the 1994 initiative. It is working and holds the promise of a sorely needed and continued effective response in the future. Domestic violence response is an extremely sensitive matter that requires the type of relationship that your existing grantees has developed over several years with LAPD and other city departments that interface daily with victims. I strongly encourage you to accept your Domestic Violence Task Force recommendation. Thank you, Sheila James Kuehl.
Okay, if there's anything different you want to say, anybody else? Alana Bowman? Please don't repeat.
Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of City Attorney James Hahn. My name is Alana Bowman. I'm a Deputy City Attorney, and I'm here speaking in support of this motion. And I'm speaking specifically to the issue of the special nature of domestic violence. The critical nature of the safety issues requires expertise and a long experience with these issues as providing a safety net for battered women and children in this community. I urge that you fund as it is recommended at this point, because this is a critical need. And to open it to recently formed entities, to use the typical contracting mechanism really can create a gap in the safety measures that the city attorney's office, as prosecutors, rely on every day to keep our constituents safe. Thank you very much.
Scott Gordon, and then Betty Fisher.
Good morning. My name is Scott Gordon. I'm the chair of the LA County Domestic Violence Council and a career prosecutor. I want to urge in support of the Domestic Violence Task Force motion. These existing shelters, which you have so wisely funded, have given Los Angeles City a leadership role in this country, and we have built partnerships between police departments, prosecution agencies, and hospitals that are not matched anywhere in the country. These partnerships only exist when we build the institutional history and the relationships between these parties, and I urge you very strongly to adopt the position of the City Task Force. Thank you.
Okay, Betty Fisher, and then...
Yes, my name is Betty Fisher, and I'm here as a service provider. I'm with Haven Hills, a domestic violence program serving the San Fernando Valley and actually the entire city. We're here mostly today because we're concerned in maintaining the system that we created as prior to the 94 initiative, and as a result of that, the expansion that was made to meet the need that existed in the city and that is still there. I have a few friends with me, and I won't ask all of them to speak because I'm sure you don't want them to anyway. It would take a lot of time, but I would like to ask all of those who are here to support the Domestic Violence Task Force recommendation if they would please stand for just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Peretta.
Thank you. I recommend that you accept the recommendation of the council. Before Paula, there's the one unnamed person who was here, who you had the card for, whose name was not on the card. Would really like for her to speak. Would that be all right?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Council.
Teach you how to make these cards out. You got to put your name on
I
it.
know, I'm sorry. But I'm here representing battered women in the city of LA, and that's why I didn't put my name. My name is Liz Friedman. I'm a veterinarian and surviving victim of domestic violence. I can tell you in 1994, I had a knife held to my throat in front of my 13-month-old son. That's the last time he saw his father. The city of LA making that promise to come out and help women like me, Nicole Simpson, numerous other women whose names none of us know, including I don't know the name of the woman who was murdered last night in La Habra. We all have a need for this. There's a strong amount of terrorism that goes into the whole domestic violence issue when you have somebody who cares not about his own life and would happily kill himself to see you dead. There's a great amount of fear that goes there. Most of the women here couldn't say anything even if we had the time because it's not safe for them to do so. I happen to, at this point in my life, be in a safe place, and I can. I believed your promise to help us. I needed it. It helped me. It saved lives, and I urge you to continue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paula Petrada. I'm Executive Director of the Los Angeles City Commission on the Status of Women, and that's who I'm representing today. I'm also Vice Chair of the Domestic Violence Task Force. The Commission on the Status of Women has a long history in dealing with the issue of domestic violence dating back to 1980. Many of the shelter providers that you see here today are our city's Women's Survival Guide that we issue to about 300,000 people every single year. The Commission on Status of Women has received over 2,600 phone calls from women desperately seeking shelter service. We really ask that you look favorably upon this request. They are our lifeline. The women that we talk to, we've actually picked up women from bus stops and from street corners and taken them to shelters. You should know that in the County of Los Angeles, one woman dies every 14 days from domestic violence. The city should step up to the plate. We made a commitment in 1994, and we really ask that you fulfill that commitment. The women in this city desperately need these services. Thank you.
Okay, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Ridley Thomas, you called it special.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I call to your attention the letter that was circulated to all members of the council, as well as the amending motion. The objective here is to honor the commitment that we made in 1994-95, where we have substantially increased the number of shelter beds in the city of Los Angeles. Our work as a council has been nothing less than exemplary. Everyone was on board then. The effort now is to sustain the work and to afford those shelters the opportunity to operate at a level that is acceptable and certainly no less than what is already in place. More can be done, more should be done, more will be done, but the amending motion essentially makes sure for the entire year operations will be in place. I don't need to convince anyone here about the importance of our work on domestic violence. Everyone here largely recognizes that the work that's done by the organizations that are service providers is fundamentally critical to the quality of life of communities and persons who are now survivors. I simply appeal to you. The work that we need to do is to look at these scarce resources and make sure that we sustain our commitment to the service providers in the field of domestic violence. And toward that end, Mr. President, I urge all members to vote affirmatively.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, Mr. President, as the chair of the committee, could I have make sure I have 6 minutes in terms of my presentation? Members of the council, I don't want to just talk about the issue of domestic violence, because what's before us today is the whole consolidated plan. And it's dealing with a federal grant of almost $110 million. Now, but in regards to domestic violence, it's important that people understand that I understand that issue. I understand that issue because as a kid, I watched my mom dragged by a car that my dad was driving. I understand that issue because I dealt with having to hide in a room when she was being beat. And my realities are, it's a very important issue to me personally. And there's a lot of issues that are important in the city of Los Angeles. The homeless, and the fact that a lot of women are homeless because programs like this did not exist that could help them. The Department of Aging and how it gets its funding and the process it has to compete with, and the fact that their services are limited. Our children, in regards to after-school programs like LA's Best. And our realities are our consolidated plan has had a 25% cap under human services. What that has meant is we as a city have been able to spend $26 million worth of federal funds for human services. Much of that money was set aside for competition, for community-based organizations, no different than those that are providing a service for domestic violence. What you did not have testify before you today were the seniors, the children, the homeless. And so I want to commend those representing the domestic violence issue for being here today and stating their case. Now, we as a city have some realities we need to face. One of those realities is that the human service delivery cap should be 15%. That's what it was before the civil unrest, and that's what it's going to be by the direction of Congress. They are now telling us that if we want to use up to 25%, we have to show the nexus between our funding and the civil unrest, because that's why we were granted special status to expand it to 25%. So if it's not next year, the year after, we will not have a 25% cap. I need you to know that. And what that means, it's a 40% reduction in funding for human services. Now the mayor, in him setting priorities for a city, has in essence stated that human delivery, human services, should come out of the federal monies only, out of the block grant. He has basically said, I don't want you to talk about it in the general fund discussion of this city. I don't want you to prioritize human services in that discussion, because our needs are police, fire, and economic development. Now, I need you to also know that last year we went through a tremendous amount of debate on the consolidated plan, and $8.5 million was set aside that wasn't spent. No matter how you look at it, it was program savings. $8.5 million. And we put it back into this budget again for discussion. The year before that, we had tremendous debate, and $6 million wasn't spent. And it came back in for discussion in the future consolidated plan. Now, what I tried to do today is bring before you a consolidated plan that did not impact economic development. And you need to know that economic development increased, and the mayor assisted in that process. He did assist, because they reduced the funding of TNIs and extended our commitment to TNIs, but economic development pretty much is intact. You also need to know that because of the home funds in the consolidated plan, the reality is housing has been increased, an issue that we've debated many times, and the opportunity for housing exists in this consolidated plan, not at a reduction, but at an increase. And we also have to thank not only the mayor, but the housing department and the advocacy in the federal government for its commitment in that area. The only area where we had difficulty is the human service delivery system and public facilities. Now, I say public facilities because we tend to put money in the public facilities lines and we don't spend it. It's an area of focus of this committee now, because we know that the city takes 5-6 years to spend money in order to acquire land, in order to build. And meanwhile, it costs us 5-6 times that amount just because of inflation alone. So we're focused on how to reduce that line. You see, on the issue of domestic violence, this council made a commitment of $5 million a year out of the block grant. $4 million for construction, $1 million for services. The reality is the beds were not there to provide the services. So we weren't spending the services money. We bring that back into program dollars. I'm explaining to you that this chair, in trying to deal with the complexity of all the issues, has a clear understanding that, one, today we're going to send to the federal government basically an application that is trying to take into account the many realities of the city, but in no way satisfies the needs of the city.
Okay.
And at the same time, takes into account that those services that are human services delivery system are going to have to advocate at the general fund level for funding. And we are going to have to make decisions. But then also is making a commitment that if we don't fund some of those services that are so crucial, it can come back to the Community Development Department for review for spending of some of those savings, so that we can review it with a consolidated, the criminal justice consolidated block grant, so that we can look at all our funding mechanisms to see how we fund them.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, I gave you 7 minutes.
And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. I just wanted to explain the complexities of what's before us.
Chair recognizes Councilman Ridley Thomas.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ridley Thomas, if you've spoken, then I'm going to put you down after those who want to
That's
speak
fine.
for the first time.
As the rules
Chair
dictate.
recognizes Councilman Ms. Zakowski, and press your button again.
We abide by the rules,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate both of my colleagues who have spoken before me. I am going to support the amendment that Councilmember Ridley Thomas has put forward, but I particularly appreciate what Mr. Hernandez has put forward and the efforts of the Joint Committee on the Consolidated Plan. When we talk about the enormity of $110 million that the Council, by way of what the committee is recommending, has brought forward, and we have essentially only one group here petitioning for an amendment to that, which I think the Council will be in accordance with, it really is a tremendous tribute, I think, to the Consolidated Committee and the effort of the juggling against very, very important services and very, very important and complex issues. I think what Mr. Hernandez has put forward is that this Council is going to have a very serious day of reckoning, a day of reckoning as it relates to the federal government limitation that is pending and forthcoming in future years, as well as the how the council deals with the general budget. And we've always looked at a general budget funds in terms of normal city services and our block grant fund for our human and social services needs. We're not going to have that luxury anymore, so it's going to become harder and harder for us to decide. It's also going to be harder for, I think, the communities that are out there where the block grant money was meant as a commitment, and a commitment for a period of time, but hopefully to let these groups become somewhat self-sufficient and find alternative funding mechanisms, find alternative certainty of funding. Just as LA Best has come and raised concerns earlier in the committee process, there was a commitment by LA's Best to go out and raise other funds, but the other funds that they were raising felt were allowed them to expand the program, always assuming that the city's funding would be there as a foundation. It's going to be very hard for all of us to deal with those fundamental changes, those fundamental issues, but right now, I think, at least as part of the city's commitment, as part of the block grant fund, that I am very happy and see that it's urgent and necessary to continue the funding, as has been put forward in Councilman Ridley Thomas's motion, for domestic violence services and shelters and programs that have been committed and do serve an incredibly vital need.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Fuhrer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to talk about three issues. I want to spend most of my time talking about the issues related to the Department of Aging. The City Council has already directed that we move forward with a consolidation of the senior serving programs in the Community Development Department, transfer those to the city's Department of Aging. Mr. Hernandez's committee and my committee have been working on the logistics of doing that. I think that effort actually began under Ms. Walters. But here's where we are. Today, before us, is the idea of setting aside as sacrosanct funds for certain kinds of programs. If we're going to do that today, then today we must set aside a core of funds for those senior services programs. We have to do that. Now, what we had been discussing is to set aside funds that are already being spent on these programs. And I am going to move now that in addition to what's before us, we set aside the amount of money that is currently allocated to senior serving programs with block grant funding, set aside that money and transfer it to the city's Department of Aging. And I hope I have a second for that, because it's extremely important that we do that. You can third it. Then, okay, fair enough. Next, I want to talk about LA's Best for a moment. The choices are indeed excruciatingly tough, and Mr. Hernandez has had to wrestle with tough choices in this. There's no question about it. But I think that we should be continuing to fund LA's Best at the level at which it was funded last year. This is a critical program for kids. We have scrutinized the quality of after-school programs that are provided by the district and others, and LA's Best is light years better. That's why there's effort at the state level and at the federal level to promote that program. But it is in a tiny percentage of our schools. Fewer than 1 in 10 of our schools. I have no LA's Best programs in my district. But as a citywide matter, promoting enrichment and recreation opportunities for kids in the powerful way LA's Best does is, I think, an imperative. And as a separate motion, I'm going to move that we preserve $1.5 million of LA's Best funding in this budget, and I hope I have a second for that. Mr. Wax.
Information, LA's Best funding is intact at the same level it was last year, $1.5 million.
Oh, it is back. I thought it was at 750. That's false.
No. That's on the budget.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to be at the county earlier.
I'm just explaining to you that.
Then, Joel, I appreciate the cooperation, but I'm not sure we need to do that. Okay, fair enough. That's good. On the domestic violence piece, I'm still open for a discussion. It's obviously a crucial issue. It's also true that by assuring that additional funding, the doubling of the funding this year, we are guaranteeing that other programs that are also critical will not be able to compete for that money, and I want to talk some more about that.
Thank you. Mr. Savornich.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As co-chair of the committee, I cannot articulate any better the deliberations and the discussions and the issues that were at hand, as Mr. Hernandez clearly pointed out to the council. Just a couple of things to note that I'm sure is not news to anyone. There is never enough money to go around to fund all of the things that we would like to fund that are worthy projects and worthy programs. It's just a sign of the times. But one of the things that we should know very well, Mr. President, members of the council, is that the decisions that the committee had to make were not easy decisions, and they were not decisions that each and every one of us were happy in making. But, and again, there are no Solomons among us. But indeed, except for Mr. Burnson, but one of the issues that we have to consider as we see some of the amendments coming forward, and for the advocates of more domestic violence shelters and for advocates of other human service delivery programs, I think we need to be very conscious of what we are doing. There was funding in this year's block grant for 6 months of the human services delivery system. $7 million worth. A little bit more than $7 million was put into a fund of monies to which all of the human service delivery providers would competitively compete under an RFP process during the second 6 months of funding. What we are being asked to do today is that out of that second $7 million where everyone is going to compete, is to take a line item from there for $700 and some thousand and allocate that to the domestic violence programs. And the domestic violence shelter advocates have been very successful in lobbying and making their case known. But I think everyone should realize that as we go ahead and do that today, because I believe there is a willingness of a majority of the council to do that, that you are reducing the amount of monies for all of the other human service delivery providers from $7 million to about $6.3 million. So instead of a $7 million pot of money that everyone is going to be competing for, it is now a $6.3 million pot of money. And so I would like to commend the advocates on behalf of domestic violence shelters for their very successful lobbying efforts in regards to acquiring more funding. But members, let us know very well that we are indeed giving them a line item, increasing their line item more than they have now, and in doing that are making a priority for their programs above everyone else's, and you need to know that.
All right, Mrs. Chick.
Yes, colleagues, clearly this is a painful struggle, and getting more and more painful, it seems, every year, to look at the pressing human and social needs of the people we serve and try to figure out how to best divide up a pot of money that is way too small. So I want to commend my colleagues who have been hard at work at this, particularly Mr. Hernandez, who has the unenviable job of listening to people who all deserve to have more money. And I'm very supportive of looking at ways to maximize those dollars, to make sure they're spent effectively. And I support the idea of the competitive RFP. I'd like to offer 2 amendments. The first is to take the SEPA savings, the money that Mr. Hernandez is referring to, in a sense, that is left unspent at the end of the year, and allocate those SEPA savings to the human services delivery pot of money. And Mr. Hernandez, do I take that as a second? The second motion is being written up, and that is, colleagues, we have a $2.7 million surplus from the first year of our federal law enforcement grant. The same grant that we gave money to Bridges because we understood that those dollars needed to be spent not only on law enforcement, but on intervention and prevention programs. Yesterday in Public Safety Committee, and this whole item is going back to a joint meeting of Budget and Finance and Public Safety. Yesterday in the Public Safety meeting, Bill Moran told us that the $500,000 that the mayor had asked for to be spent on the POP system, the payroll system, was money that the LAPD did not need for that issue. And I am suggesting that there is a clear link that I do not need to make to you between making sure that we have domestic violence programs that are effective and working as these are, funded, and that is an appropriate use of some of these law enforcement dollars. And so I move that we transfer $500,000 of that amount into the consolidated plan to be spent on the line item, and I don't have the exact words in front of me, on the domestic violence shelter programs.
I think you better get
and
those
touch the
accurately.
and protect.
And your time is up.
And to protect the human services delivery pot of money, which we already know is too small to begin with. And I have the seconds of Mr. Ridley Thomas, Mr. Hernandez, and you all have copies of the motion.
Mr. Wax.
Mr. President, members of council, let me just make 2 points. One regarding the program itself, and second regarding the issue of the source of funding. Certainly nobody has articulated more over the years the importance of the program itself than the advocates in the community who dedicated themselves to bringing this issue to the forefront and raising it in the priority among decision makers. I would add one point to that, though, about the constant need to really even expand and reach out to population groups that may not be served. I had a very interesting anecdote. Just a few months ago, I had a friend, an artist from Thailand, who came over with 6 art students from Chiang Mai University, and I took them to the Wat Thai Temple, which is the largest Thai temple outside of Thailand, at Roscoe and Coldwater in the San Fernando Valley. And after visiting the temple, we went over to the education building. There was a festival going there in an education building, and 2 classrooms were packed with young people, young adults who were studying there, which I thought they were involved with arts classes. And then when we went into the class, they were speaking in Thai language. The students came and told me this is not an art class. Both those classrooms were filled with young Thai couples who were there to deal with the issue of domestic violence. It was an enormous problem and an enormous issue in a community that had brought 2 of the hugest classrooms full on a day only discussing that issue. The need for this and the need to reach out into all of the communities of our city, different as they may be in their culture and their background, is enormous. So I have a feeling that the $1.5 million is barely going to provide the kind of resources that are needed if we get into the depths of this program, as only the people who've dealt with it know. The second issue I want to bring up, members of council, is the issue of funding. And I can't help but do this because there's a tendency in this council to take an issue, and rightfully so, and push for it, and then forget a few minutes later what we said. You're all here on issue number 5. And when you get your $1.5 million, you're going to be happy and you're going to leave. And then we're going to come to issue number 6, which is to ask the City Council to take over the CRA, which has $8 million deficit and a $600 million debt, which will then perhaps be a huge drain on the general funds, and the monies that we're talking about being short are going to suddenly not be there, but you'll be gone. And I just want to remind this council that we remember what we say on this item when we discuss all of the other items that also deal with the city treasury, because you can't look at anyone in a vacuum. You can't please one group without having an impact on the other. And it's important. Obviously, I'm speaking as someone who's opposed to the takeover of that, but I raise it now because it's the next issue on this agenda, and all of the people here will be gone, and I don't want to see that general fund drained so that programs like this don't have the resources they're obviously going to need increasingly so in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
Point of order, Mr. President.
What is your point?
It seems to me that Mr. Wax has adroitly spoken off issue and tied issues together rather effectively, as no one but Mr. Wax can do.
Your point is well taken.
Thank
but,
you, sir.
It doesn't
Well,
mean
I'm
anything.
about to do the same thing, actually, but mine is about the $23 million tax break that is about to be given to businesses, which the mayor's office agrees is largely symbolic now. So, you know, if we're talking about $1.5 million or $2 million, and we're about to say, oh, we don't need this $23 million in tax breaks, I think we have to look at all of this. The other thing I want to say is I'm very distressed and continuously distressed by the notion that human services are to be almost entirely funded by CDBG funds and never by the general fund. And that's not, that's something relatively new in this administration, and it is part of why we keep getting into the crunch we get into, is that things start out in the general fund, and then the mayor's office shifts it to CDBG, which has a narrowing pot, and I think that's really where the squeeze is coming here, folks, and why I am willing to support the motion of Ms. Chick 5B, and I'm willing to commit to finding the other $208,000 that makes domestic violence shelter program whole, but I want that to come out of the general fund. It is not correct that only CDBG funds are to be used for that, because first of all economic groups suffer domestic violence, not just low-income people. And CDBG funds are designed to deal with poverty-related issues. Domestic violence is not only poverty-related. There are many people of all socioeconomic groups who are battered women and in some cases battered men, mostly battered women. So I think it's inappropriate for us to try to put all of that money from special funds. So I would urge in Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion that we identify, after we take the $500,000 that Ms. Chick has located in the second year 2 savings of the local law enforcement block grant, and I will support that, but I would urge Mr. Ridley Thomas that you consider, and I will move to amend, that the remaining $208,245 come from the general fund, because I want to see them whole. I have no problem with that.
Right.
But I am not interested in saying that domestic violence is only a block grant funded item, because frankly, the need for people to be able to escape battering, it comes in all socioeconomic groups. So that would be my amendment to your motion. Finally, I just want to add one thing to Mr. Feuer's notion of this Department of Aging. One of the things the committee wrestled with, and I was only there part of the time, so I wasn't, they really wrestled, is that if we set aside everything for each group, then we have in fact not taken the challenge on which has to come, which is how all these things compete with each other. I would like to see your motion deferred.
All right,
and that otherwise we're going to unstring this like a piece of thread, and everything's going to come unstrung, because I would move the same thing for all children-related services.
Okay.
And I didn't do that.
Thank you. All right, Mrs. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. My sentiments follow Ms. Goldberg's and Mr. Wax very closely. We had several committee meetings and discussed all these things, and I think Mr. Ridley Thomas was in those committee meetings.
Well,
if
a minor
memory
detail.
serves,
A minor detail.
well, it may or may not be a minor detail, as he would have us designated. But the point is that the arguments were not made in committee. There were many excellent presentations that were made for saving one program and then another. Certainly, my sympathies are with the children of this city and the senior citizens of this city, and I'm the one who made the motion to consolidate the, as Mr. Feuer said, to consolidate the seniors in the Department of Aging, all senior programs, and of course I want to see those taken care of. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in violence against children. I certainly don't believe in violence against women. And I am just innately supportive of those things. But when you don't have the money, folks, I don't know what you can do. And I think that the committee acted very wisely in its recommendations, and I think we ought to stand by the recommendations of the committee.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Mr. Alatorre, I'll try to run the meeting, Mark, if it's okay with you.
Give you a little help.
Mr. President, members, I want to fund, the domestic violence program like many of us want to do it. I don't think it's appropriate to just say it should come out of the general fund without taking into consideration what impact that's going to have. I think you do it in a larger framework and not in the last hour that we have to put together our consolidated block grant package to be sent to HUD and saying that we're going to fund it, not knowing if we're even going to have the $205,000 or whatever it is for domestic violence and taking it out of the block grant. I believe that a lot of programs should be funded out of the block grant program also. But to do this right now and not looking at the impact that it has on the budget, I think is irresponsible. We have before us a block grant program. Either you want to fund it out of it or you don't want to fund it out of it, but let us stick with that and not, say, well, we'll take the $205 million, take it out of the general fund, when we don't even know what impact that's going to have. It makes no sense. I think that we have a package, and I think that we should move forward with that. It's not everything that everybody wants, and it certainly is not everything I want, but I think that it moves in the right direction. And this is not the last time that we're going to have to revisit this, because all this is to, just have boilerplate language that at least demonstrates to the federal government that we know what we're going to be spending our money on. It doesn't designate it in concrete. That issue has to come back to us at a future time. So let us at least move forward with something that's been crafted that makes sense, and let us continue to revisit it, and I'll be more than glad to talk about that, about the whole question of human services in the budgetary cycle when we move into that. I think it's a topic that I think that we should discuss, but let us discuss it in a rational manner and not just make a motion not knowing what impact that's going to have on the budget overall for the next fiscal year. So I would say that we move forward with the package, and let's get it to HUD, and then we can come back and have a better discussion of the ultimate usages of the money.
Mark, you ready? Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Mr. President, just a couple of things. I rose for the point of calling a point of order on the remarks that Ms. Goldberg offered. She put a signpost up saying that she was deliberate in her attempt to follow suit with Mr. Wax, although the content was quite different. I made the point that Mr. Wax was out of order, and he acknowledged that very effectively, and Ms. Goldberg followed suit. At least you can be out of order on point, Ms. Goldberg, so we commend you for your presentation. I simply wish to say Ms. Chick's motion is acceptable to me, and the full amount that I proposed should be that which is to be construed as a friendly amendment, Ms. Chick. And so the motion that you put forward talks about $500,000. I'm essentially saying it should be full restoration, and it's my understanding that you're in agreement with that. So that, go right ahead on my time.
Agreement, but somewhat swayed by the idea of dedicating general fund dollars rather than hurting the human services delivery line, which is what I've been trying to do with the...
Eight votes will do what we need to get done. I'm told that that is effectively a poison pill. So I do not want to reduce or put in jeopardy the full amount. So if in fact it's easier to cause this to move forward with full restoration. I would simply say that the surplus from the public safety aspect be applied in total to what we are accomplishing, and that's what I'm prepared to support. Otherwise, I think we are on tenuous ground. All right? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
You know, members of the council, I also rise to support Ms. Chick's motion and wanted to remind my colleague, Mr. Ridley Thomas, that she also had included putting SEPA savings into the RFP, and I know the SEPA savings to be enough to make up the difference that he's talking about. And so again, we could use the motion that's before us, 5B, and then make up any difference with SEPA savings, and that way we can guarantee the full funding. So that would be my motion.
But that's a resource. That surplus, pardon me, Mr. Hernandez, that surplus is a more ready
right.
resource.
I mean, I'm saying use the surplus for this purpose if there's a shortage in the SEPA.
No, there isn't a shortage. I mean, Ms. Chick has already indicated it could go up to the full funding, which is 700 plus rather than the 500.
Okay. Okay, well then we'll
That's
keep
what
it
we're
as
talking
it.
about.
So 5A is not needed right
Members,
now.
let's try to have a little decorum.
Okay,
Mr.
now-
Hernandez, you have the floor.
Oh, I thought you called on me, Mr. President.
Huh? Yeah, I did.
Okay. Now, members of the
You have
council.
a minute and a half left.
Yeah, members of the council, I just want to remind everybody, $0 from this city's general fund deliberations are currently being considered for the homeless, for emergency bed services. And there is no money being proposed for that at this time. $0 are currently spent out of the general fund for people who are seniors in the Department of Aging. $0 are spent from the general fund for LA's Best, and $0 are spent from the general fund for the LA Kids program, after school program, and $0 are spent out of the general fund for domestic violence. I think that when we have this debate in regards to priorities for the general fund expenditures, those issues should be talked about. I also think that if the general fund cannot sustain the full funding needed, it should come back to us for review. And hopefully if we have monies that we haven't been spending, which traditionally happens every year, that money can be considered. Now that's the process I wanted everybody to understand. The reason I was fighting for funding prior to the civil unrest is so that we wouldn't have the civil unrest. And I think that we as a city have to take into account that when the economy is good, basically the quality of life has to be good for all Angelenos. That's what this consolidated plan tries to do. I hope that we will pass it intact. I accept the motion by Ms. Chick because I think it deals with the issue that the advocates for domestic violence are proposing, and then that we go on with the process, move on to the general fund. I will introduce motions as to anybody who I believe is short, and then at the same time, debate it at that time.
Mr. Fuhr.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most complicating aspects of this debate, and one of the best parts of it is, there is a lot of truth in everything people are saying. The money is diminishing. It's too little. By taking money off the top, you do end up saying that other programs are going to have to compete for fewer dollars. That's also true. We have a CDBG proposal from the mayor that's been worked on by Mr. Hernandez's committee that gives a priority to kids. Who can argue that kids should deserve a priority? It's a good thing. At the same time, the reason I introduced my motion, and I appreciate the multiple seconds and thirds on it, to ensure that the senior programs continue to get their piece of CDBG dollars when the programs are transferred over to aging, is that the seniors under this approach will get locked out. And that can't be right. The services that are being provided with these scarce dollars are for basic necessities for senior citizens. We need to assure that those programs continue. In almost every case that I'm aware of, the CDBG funds are a portion of the funds that each of these nonprofit organizations cobbles together to keep a staff whole, to keep a program working properly. And if we fail to assure, to send a signal to those programs that's very concrete, that those programs can in fact continue into the next year, I know, having run one of these programs, it wreaks havoc and layoffs occur. And uncertainty surrounds an organization and the seniors served, for whom the last thing in the world they need, if they are frail seniors dependent on our system, is uncertainty. That's the one thing we can provide them. Yes, you can get a meal. Yes, you can get a lawyer. Yes, you can have a place to live. Yes, you can get Alzheimer's services. We can assure you that next year at least those nominal services throughout enable you to eke by will be there. Colleagues, please assure that those programs can continue. Don't relegate those programs to the uncertainty of a diminished pie, which is what would happen if they go to the wolves of the RFP process at a point when other programs aren't having to do that. I urge support for my motion, and I appreciate the multiple seconds. Please, let's have unanimous support for it. Thank you.
Mrs. Chick.
Yes, I don't know if it's Mr. Hernandez or CLA staff, but what I would like clarified as we move towards our vote here is the amount of dollars needed to fully fund what the domestic violence shelters and service deliverers have told us that they need. I was under the impression that giving the $500,000 of the law enforcement block grant with the dollars allocated already took care of the whole problem. There seems to be a discrepancy in the amount that Mr. Ridley Thomas is asking for. And one way for us to get to that full amount, if that's what it is, the 700 and some odd thousand instead of the 500, is to simply add another 200 and some odd thousand from the law enforcement block grant to the domestic violence programs. I want to see those programs funded. I believe that it needs to be a priority for us, but I want to find a way to do it where we do not take from all the other important needs and services that are so clearly there in our city. So if there's staff that could clarify the amount for us, I'm willing to have amended or amend myself my motion to go up to the $700,000 mark. But
It's coming right now, Ms. Chick.
yeah, I thought that there was some savings from domestic violence programs.
That's what is
added.
included in the motion as it is. That's what takes it up to 7. And Ian, on your staff, Christine, if you would just talk with him so he can clarify for
Okay.
Ms. Chick, we can do well.
And you could just make it real simple in terms of telling us the amount. That's really all I'm interested in.
Ye Coronel with the CLA's office. The Domestic Violence Task Force recommends the transfer of the existing allocations within the Human Services Delivery System for the domestic violence programs that are currently in there. And for 6 months funding, that's approximately $286,246, and that's contained in Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion. The remaining funds that they need for all the existing programs to be funded for the current year is approximately $421,000, and that would be covered by your $500,000 motion. So the amount that they roughly need is $700,000 and $708,000
Total,
total.
yes. So, Ms. Chick, again, to accomplish what
I need you to stay there a second. Yeah, please.
Okay, Mr. Holden has the floor.
Oh, well, are we going to continue on this
Why don't we wait to
clarification?
hear from our colleagues, and
All right.
then I'll look to move the change.
Mr. Holden, did you want to be heard? Everybody's anxious to hear.
No, Mr. President. I'm going to move that we can only call for 3 points of orders, and then you can't call anymore. That's the limit.
That hasn't been approved yet.
Yeah, but it will be.
No.
Okay. Mr. President, members, I think that we've had an extensive discussion regarding the domestic violence issue, and also Department of Aging and what their needs are. And I think we can come to some conclusion on this, because we can all agree that there's no worse crime than the crime of neglect when it comes to domestic violence, and then have a tragedy occur, as what happened yesterday as an example, where an individual had a restraining order issued against him and said you can no longer come within a certain distance of your wife. And what he did, like often they do, without counseling, without the need to have these shelters where the women and/or men could go, he took his weapon and went there and killed her friend, killed the woman, his wife, and then killed himself. End of the need for domestic violence for that family. However, we have many families that are similarly situated, not only in the city of Los Angeles, but throughout our country, just anywhere where it happens. And so we need to have what is called preventative measures, if at all possible. And today we have such an opportunity to at least make a statement in that regard. All these programs on this list, social and otherwise, are very important to us all, and they are in fact needed. But I can't think of any program more needed that could have prevented that tragedy yesterday than having more domestic violence centers and to accommodate those individual family members who need the most. And likewise, Mr. President, that's why I second Mr. Furer's motion, the Department of Aging, those two categories, those senior citizens who have given so much for so long, certainly should have all their programs consolidated into one organization where they would have an on-hands point of view, observation as to what's needed, where the money's going to go, and how it can be spent in a way where it's cost-effective and not be wasted. And to that extent, Mr. President, I want to call a point of order and move the previous question.
Mr. Alatorre.
Mr. President and members, people are talking about trying to have an intelligent discussion about the Human Services Delivery Network in Los Angeles, and it should be included as part of the budgetary process. And I concur. I've always believed that this city has to be more than just a city about more police officers, a city that have more fire personnel. That's where the money is eaten up. Now, I just hope that we're going to be really willing to discuss this, because there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be a move to increase the size of the police department, and there is a gigantic price tag, not just now, but later on. I think that all of us want that. Probably we're going to be pressured to do something to continue our efforts with the fire department, which I think that all of us want to do that. So all of us want to do a lot of things, but when it comes down to the caring for senior citizens, caring for kids, caring for for the aged, and if it ain't about CBDG, when it comes down to the general fund, what are we going to cut? Are we going to cut libraries? Are we going to cut parks and recreation to meet those needs? I'm not for that. I think the city has got to be more about just police and fire. It's got to be about, to me, public safety includes the safety of senior citizens, the safety of young people, safe sanctuaries for them and the like, safe sanctuaries for women that are abused, physically abused by husbands and significant others. These are the things that deserve to have a discussion. But when the budget time comes around, the subjects that we're talking about go by the wayside. Nobody wants to, the ones that talk about it is Jackie, Michael, Rita, and myself. And then when it comes here, we want more police officers. I want that too. But at some point, we have to decide the type of city that we want to live in. Do we want to live in a city that has a police officer on every block, but has no soul? That's where we're headed. So it's fine to talk about, let's defer this and let's put it into the budgetary cycle and everything else. I'm prepared to have a discussion about that. I've been prepared to have a discussion about that for a long time. It took us a long time just to even get more money for libraries. and the extension of the libraries and parks and recreation.
Thank
That
you,
to
Mr.
me is basic. That's
Thank
just
you,
like
Mr. Alatorre.
police. Let me finish, John, and
Yeah.
I'll be through.
I
So
think-
I just would hope that let's deal with the item that we have before us, and yes, we will have an intelligent discussion about human services in the budgetary process, and I hope that the rest of our colleagues support that.
Mr. Savornich.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. It is of note that, Mr. Hernandez, correct me if I'm wrong, we had 4 or 5 meetings in regards to this consolidated plan? 5 meetings in regards to this consolidated plan. And there were temptations throughout this process to go ahead and line item away the $7.3 million to which everybody was going to have to compete for in the second 6 months of the budget year. And there were temptations to do that. But the criteria that I used was that as we took a look at what human service delivery systems needed to be restored out of that $7.3 million for the second 6 months of funding, the criteria was as follows. Who in our society was most susceptible to the meanness of the streets? Who were most at risk? Who were the most vulnerable? And then to try to prioritize from there. The priority that I had for one of the programs was indeed what Mr. Fewer earlier articulated was LA's Best. And I didn't have a problem restoring $750,000 to LA's Best, and in fact made the motion to do so, to restore it to the full 1.5. But then where do you prioritize from there? Who is the most susceptible in our society and in our city? Is it the senior citizen? Is it the victim of domestic violence? Is it the homeless person? Is it the person afflicted with AIDS? The list goes on and on and on. My only caution would be, members, is that your joint committee took a look at each one of these specific line items very prudently and very rationally. And we refrained from line iteming away the rest of the $7.3 million because that's all we have for the rest of this year in the block grant fund to fund these human service delivery systems. And while I will indeed support the additional funding for the victims of domestic violence today, again, let us be very clear that what we are doing in that regard is putting seniors and or those who do not have a home, the homeless, or persons with AIDS, or other specific programs lower on a priority list. And that's fine if you choose to do so. We were just concerned in committee what type of message that sends to everyone else out there who are trying to do a good job and making that shrinking dollar go farther with human services. That's all.
Your time has shrunk. Ms. Goldberg.
Yes, I was just going to move the, from the Year 2 savings of local law enforcement block grant, I'd like to move the entire $708,245 for the domestic violence shelter operations program, and then direct the CAO as in 5B with the assistance of those mentioned in number 2 as it is. I'm very concerned because we are about, if we do the aging thing today, we are about to pull the string that starts unraveling this whole thing, and I'm very concerned about it. But I've also heard my colleague, and his concerns are real, and I think that they're very important. I would just say that it will be my intent to make sure that the $2.2 million that you're talking about is there. Now, personally, I think it should come from the general fund, if it can't come from CDBG. Because, again, one of the things that's happening, and I just want to keep reiterating it, I know you may be tired of it, but we cannot fund all human services through the block grant. I know you do. I know, I've been in those meetings that you've chaired. I know you do. We just have to be real clear that it's important for us to make sure that when we do the budget, that we come back to this $2.2 million and that we make a commitment to make sure that the aging services, whatever they didn't get from block grant, get done. It's not to say they shouldn't be done. It's that everything can't come from the block grant. And having said that, that's why I'm concerned, because if we do that, then I will go back and say, well, we didn't fund completely any of the homeless issues, which are so very important to my district, which has, unfortunately, a larger than its share of the homeless, as do several other districts. But that's because I fully intend to wage that battle when we come to the general fund. We have to put some money from other sources than just the block grant into human services in this city. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Alatorre, it can't just be police and fire. There are other very important human services. And I make my commitment to you publicly that I will fight for that $2.2 million out of the general fund, as I will for some of the other issues that were raised that have no funding in this block grant at all, which include the homeless as well. So I know that's not satisfying, but at least it's a commitment you can guarantee.
Mr. Goldberg, would you repeat your motion?
My motion is to amend Ms. Chick's motion as to the number in number 1, instead of $500,000, to make it the full $708,245.
Mr. President, this is on Ernest now. Ms. Goldberg has another motion. I guess you're retracting that, which was to do the general.
Yes, because Ms. Chick says the funding is available
right, and,
there.
So, Ms. Chick, this is the basis on which I agreed for you to put the amendment.
So I'll withdraw my motion,
Yes.
adding the 208 from the general fund.
All right.
It's the full 708.
Mrs. Walters?
I think indeed this might come unraveled, and it won't just be because of the senior programs. When I put the motion in to consolidate all the senior programs in the Department of Aging, I didn't specify the money goes with them, but I certainly intended that the money go with them. It never occurred to me that the money wouldn't go with them. And now when you see the programs being so reluctantly handed over and held on to the money not going with them, I don't think that's the way it should be. And I think that the money should follow those senior programs to the Department of Aging. There should be no aging programs left in CDD, and every dime that was supporting those programs under CDD should go, whether it's general fund or CDBG, should go to the Department of Aging. But we got this thing together here this morning, and I think we need to go forward with it before it comes completely unraveled.
Mr. Holden?
Will your motions provide that, Ms. Goldberg?
I said that the $2.2 million that is not here, I asked Mr. Fuhrer the number, the $2.2 million that is not here, I'm committed to finding it in the general fund, because I do not believe that we need to only take it from CDBG.
And my motion is to take it from the CDBG money where it's been going for so many years and have it accompany the aging money to the department.
It should. Now, where in the budget is that 2.2 now? And what do they propose to do with the 2.2 that they're proposing to keep the money and move the program?
Half of it Mr. Hernandez's proposal is that half of it continues to fund those programs, but only for 6 months. And
At the
after
current
that,
level.
we don't know what happens.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Holden has the floor.
Okay.
Mr. President, I moved the previous question.
Mr. President, I'd like to
All right, prepare the roll.
ask my colleagues to allow me to respond to some of the questions, please. I ask for a no vote.
Prepare the roll.
No vote.
Just let Mike close.
No vote, so I could close and respond to
Well, there's a lot of other people who want to be heard, and I don't know what else could be said.
I'd like a response to my question that he was
All
giving.
right, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, the human service delivery system on the Department of Aging, currently their funding is intact. We didn't take that away for 6 months. Now, what I need everybody to understand is that we were trying to put as much money into the new RFP for human delivery systems so that we could keep those kinds of funds intact. But every time we took a little bit out, that pool got smaller. Now, what's real important, Mr. Fuhrer, I need you to understand this, is we as a council, as a committee, have not reviewed the human service RFP. That process hasn't come before us yet. And I think that'll be an adequate time to discuss your issue about separating that money. I just want you to understand that, because that still is not before us. And I think that a lot of us are going to want to do that, and when we make those decisions, all we need to understand is we'll be reducing the pot of money for community-based organizations, like BetSEDEC, but BetSEDEC would apply for funding under Department of Aging's Human Service Delivery System, and so forth. So we haven't got to that point yet. All we were trying to do is put as much money into that pot for a new RFP. But if we want to separate the Department of Aging from that RFP, that'll be able to happen. But for the first 6 months, their funding is intact. Okay, so I just wanted everybody to kind of understand that concept. I also know that that would happen after some of the discussion of the general fund, which is why we want to make sure 6 months of funding stayed intact and nobody was shortchanged. Under the Human Service Delivery System, what you need to know is a citizens group, academians and so forth, working with us, Citizens Advisory Panel, have put together basically a proposed RFP that has transmittal. That report has not come to committee. We haven't debated it. We haven't prioritized it. And I think that a lot of this discussion will be very appropriate at that level. I just wanted to kind of give everybody that understanding. And again, I ask us to, with Mrs. Chick's amendment, 5B and 5C, to approve the consolidated plan before us so that we can go on and deal with these difficult questions. But there's several levels of discussion that still have to happen.
All right, we have several motions before us. So let's start with the motions.
Okay, the first motion is 5C. It's Councilmember Chick's motion.
Speak louder.
Sorry.
Well, wait a
5C.
minute. Just to clarify. Isn't the essential thing, Mr. President, if I may, the motion 5A remains intact with respect to the amount of money, which is roughly $710,000, and the funding source is essentially what changes, which is the local law enforcement block grant. Isn't that the upshot of it?
To do that, we need to amend your motion, which
Precisely.
is not the way it's been on the table. I'm perfectly fine with that. It makes no difference to me as long as the money gets there.
Right. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, item 5C is the motion to take the 99,200 consolidated, anyway, to amend that to have the block grant savings reassigned to the Human Services Delivery Program request for RFP.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, no, that was the motion introduced by Ms. Chick that I second. That's 5C.
Yeah.
But it's not related to. No, I know.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's the first motion we're voting on, 5C.
Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, that's passed. The next
The
item.
next motion is 5B, which is the program 2-year savings, and which would relate also to 5A. That's changing the funding.
Precisely.
Okay, prepare the roll on that.
Yes.
708,000.
Right.
Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Yeah, all right. Record Mr. Savornich as a no on 5C. The next item?
Next item is Councilmember Fuhr's motion to set aside the money currently in the CBDG funds allocated to senior services and transfer it to the Department of Aging.
Mr. Hernandez?
I ask for a no vote on this issue, this item.
It's to set aside the money currently allocated to senior services and transferring it to the Department of Aging.
The money that seniors always have gotten and allocates it to them again,
Why do
even
we
though
have
they're going under
to,
age.
why do we have to vote on it?
Because the senior programs are going to the Department of Aging, and we need to vote on this.
I asked for no vote. I don't think members, I just don't think Mr. Fuhrer has an understanding of what's going on, and I'm asking for no vote.
Wait a minute.
Okay, prepare the roll.
Ask for no vote.
We have Mr. Hernandez closed, Mrs. Walters.
Well,
no vote.
All right, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 6 noes.
All right, that's approved. Now we have the committee report as amended.
Yes, Mr. President.
Prepare the roll.
Mr. President, I don't know if I need staff to, that means we take the money out of where? Mr. Fuhrer?
Once you,
Well,
that's the problem.
That's the problem.
There is-
What do you want to shortchange, Mr. Fuhrer?
The Human Services Delivery System funds are reduced for the RFP purpose by $2.2 million and change.
But
and
they're
that
already
money,
getting
which
half
has
the
always-
funding, so are you doubling that?
It's the amount, it takes the 6-month funding and makes it annualized.
Okay, if you mind, I'll make the motion, you can second it. I move that the second 6 months of funding that is set aside in the Human Service Delivery System, or the same amount set aside in the old Human Service Delivery System, be set aside for, taken out of the Human Service Delivery System.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
and that it basically be set aside for seniors.
Right.
Okay.
okay.
And that means that the senior programs will not be considered part of the Human Service Delivery RFP.
All right, prepare the roll on that motion.
Yeah.
No, tabulate the
Just
vote.
trying to clarify.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay.
I'd like to also be recorded as a no vote on that.
It's your motion.
I know, but I was making it for Mr. Fuhrer to clarify, to make sure we didn't make a big mistake on the
Okay.
like that.
Let the record show that Mr. Hernandez voted no. All right, we have the committee report as amended now. Prepare the roll.
He just created a big mess. He doesn't understand it.
Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith on that.
You just got a
Forthwith
mess.
on number 17 also.
You don't have the money. You have the money.
Okay, the next item.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 6, call special.
Okay, item number 6 is before us. Clear the board, will you, please? Clear the board.
Mr.
Okay.
President, there's some items still going, discussion still going on item 6. Can we hold it on the table for a few minutes?
Okay, we'll delay it. Okay, the next item.
Item number 8, call special by Councilmember Goldberg.
Ms. Goldberg, you called 8 special.
Oh, yes. I'd like to ask if there's staff from the planning department here.
It's still on the desk. Joel? Not as many.
Hi. The question I have is, what is the change that's being made in terms of density?
There are a variety of different changes. Some of the areas in the steeper hillsides are being changed to minimum density.
From what to what?
It varies. Some of them are RE11, 11,000 square foot lots, 15,000 square foot lots.
1 per acre?
Well, going to minimum would then trigger slope density, which the formula is based on a sliding scale relative to the steepness of the slope.
On the whole, this is downsizing an area in terms of how much density it can hold?
For the hillside areas.
Yeah,
There
is
are
it-
other parts of the community had different types of zone changes in
What,
them.
what areas were upzoned?
There were some areas in the apartment areas of Brentwood where there were some corrections that were made.
Mr. Chairman and colleagues, only reason I asked about this is because what's happening around the city is the areas that are the highest density are being increased in density, and the areas that are lowest in density are being further decreased. Now, that's not going to work. It may work in this particular area, I don't know, although I've been in Westwood recently in the apartment areas, and it seems pretty traffic borne. But I know that in the Wilshire plan is that they're talking about now, they're talking about increasing the density in areas that are already multiples, and every school in the area is on multi-track year-round. And I'm not going to vote against this. This is not my district. But I do want to raise with you that we cannot go around the city and everywhere there are apartments put higher density, and everywhere where there's one unit on 10,000 square feet, say now you can have one unit on 20,000 square feet, or one per acre. It's not going to work. You're going to have explosions of people with not enough services to deal with those densities. And I'm not going to oppose this, but I do think it's important, colleagues, that we begin to take a look at what we're doing, because if you ask people in most of the apartment areas of Westwood, I will bet you they will tell you that the traffic's already a problem, and that increasing density there is going to be a bigger problem. It's not my district, but I'm just telling you my observations. But when it comes to my district, I want you to understand that this density issue of continuing to raise density in the apartment areas that don't have enough infrastructure to deal with them now has got to stop. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is in the 11th Council District, and although a lot of the area is being downzoned, it is the hillside area that when the council looks at either litigation or landslides in areas where we've had to pay out money, it's been as a consequence of inappropriate density being put in areas that ought not to, that can't hold it because of the very things that Ms. Goldberg was talking about, the infrastructure, geological instability, etc. On the contrary side, part of this plan also has Wilshire Boulevard in it, which is being maintained as a comparable high-density area. It's not Westwood, it's the Brentwood part of Wilshire Boulevard, but that high density can only be sustained, as Ms. Goldberg has pointed out, where we do our major general plan framework infrastructure study that shows whether or not there can be transit that goes through the area, and other kinds of services, whether it's the sewer system, etc. So I think the plan is in balance, does recognize that there are parts of both kinds of density in the plan. This is something that was recommended, and these are just the ordinances following through with what we've already enacted. But I agree in principle with the concerns that Ms. Goldberg has raised, that as we look at growth in our city, it's got to be done where it can be tolerated, but only where the infrastructure allows it, and not just piling more upon more where the density is already the greatest. Thank you.
Okay, we have item number 8 before us. Anyone else? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith on that. Next item.
Item number 12, you have a card.
Leonard Shapiro. You're up.
Concerns revisions to the city policy statement on housing for the 1999-2000 year. One section, but they state in here that you approved this on January 19th, but you continued it to February 2nd. This entire item concerns 17 changes that people should be aware of when they vote for this one amendment. You're talking about the federal funding levels, welfare reforms, the census, local housing trust fund, Section 8 housing, earthquake retrofit, and rent control, citizen status of tenant, trespass protection, and so forth. There's a lot of items that are involved in here, and in all probability, the council passed these items from the Intergovernmental Relations Committee without too much discussion. I think there's a lot of these items that do bear a lot of discussion, and I specifically refer to the ones that control source of income, housing discrimination based on source of income. I cannot see why the source of income shouldn't be considered, because after all, Section 8 housing, which is for the poor people, is based on how much income they have and how much they can have. We know that Section 8 housing assistant has long lines of people waiting years, 2, 3, and 4 years before they can get the Section 8 housing that they're entitled to. And I don't know if this policy statement says that, but it says source of income is going to be, you oppose to housing discrimination based on source of income. I think that a lot of these things deserve passage, there's no question about it, but there's a lot of them that don't deserve passing. And the welfare reform being shoved into housing is another questionable use of this point to me. You enhance the city's ability to collect penalties.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
My point is, I think this deserves looking into.
Okay, oh, good. Okay, anybody want to be heard on public hearings closed? Anybody want to be heard on item number 12? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 16, called special by Councilmember Goldberg.
Ms. Goldberg, you called 16 special?
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion on 16? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 18, called special by Councilmember Alatorre.
Mr. Farrar, Mr. President, members, I have some findings that I need to have adopted, and they have been distributed. And basically, the findings would provide the reasons for the motion that I've made that would basically concur to rescind and modify the BZA actions taken. It's in a part of my district. I think they were incorrectly done. The findings are to allow for what it is that should have been granted from the very beginning, and that is allowance at a business establishment in my district that doesn't even abut residential property. It's pretty much all retail. And the appropriate findings I have submitted, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any discussion on that? If not, we have...
They're
There
there.
it is, right there.
They've been circulated.
All right, we have 18 as amended. We have...
Correct.
Prepare the roll on 18 as amended. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Forthwith on that.
That is approved. Forthwith on that
Mr. President, we're ready on item number 6.
Okay. Members of the council, we have item 6 before us. Again, there are some people who want to be heard. I know there have been public hearings. So who's going to call it special? Where's
special? Well,
who wants to speak first? Press your buttons.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, do we want to allow for the public hearing first, or do we want to?
Well, there's been public hearing, unless there's a motion to have a public hearing, additional public hearing. How much you want, an hour and a half?
Point of order, Mr. President. Mr. President, point of order.
What is your point?
There's a lot of specials today. I've been telling.
Mr.
Who won the football game?
The distinguishing feature of these specials is that they are meaningful rather than being introduced ad nauseum by one particular council member. Specials are appropriate in a democratic process where we're being deliberative, but the system shouldn't be abused by anyone.
Even those who speak out of order. Even those who speak out of order. Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order.
Okay, let's... Okay, members of the council, I would ask you, please do not leave the council chamber until we get through the agenda. All those who like public hearings when they're not required sometimes leave early and leave the rest of us here trying to keep a quorum. So Carol Schatz, we're going to have unlimited public hearing. That's what the people want, so we'll have an unlimited public hearing. Carol Schatz, and then Darrell Holter, and then Howard Watts. If anybody wants to be heard, Carol, you better get your little tokus over there.
Okay, here it is. Thank you.
Or big one.
Small. Thank you, Mr. President. Carol Schatz, President of Central City Association, the Downtown Center Business Improvement District. I have distributed to all of you a letter that addressed our concerns and a motion that we were hoping to have introduced. We have made some progress, but we still have ways to go. I think you're aware that not all the stakeholders that we think are essential have been at the table for the discussion, specifically with regards to the council takeover of the Community Redevelopment Agency, and for the consolidation of the economic development functions, which are extremely important issues for the downtown community and for the private sector as a whole. Most importantly, many issues that have been addressed in the CLA's report have not been resolved, including many important fiscal issues. Even if there's no general fund impact, if the council declares itself the Community Redevelopment Agency, what are the fiscal issues that remain with regards to the CRA's current state, and what would that mean in terms of any kind of a consolidation? We have questions about the geographic areas and the boundaries of the commission areas that are being what's the word I'm looking for? The areas that are called for in the creation of a new commission. Those boundaries are not set out anywhere, and we have not seen them. There are a variety of issues, including the role of the private sector in developing an agenda for economic development, that also have not been addressed. We have heard some discussion about on the issue the council take over the Community Redevelopment Agency that will bring greater accountability to the city. The council already has tremendous accountability and oversight through the CRA oversight ordinance, which has been operating for several years. Finally, as a downtown community, knowing the important role of the Community Redevelopment Agency and how it has helped to create a downtown, we are extremely concerned about what this consolidation would mean. This Community Development Department has no downtown focus. The Community Redevelopment Agency, because of the cap and other issues, does not have a downtown focus. We think it is important for this city to recognize that, given the fact that the downtown community and the tax increment has funded 80% of the affordable housing in the city and many redevelopment areas, and has taxed itself to the tune, I think this is a very important fact. I don't think many of you realize that if you add up the bid assessments from all the BIDs that are operating in the downtown area, the private sector will have taxed itself yet again some $50 million over a 5-year period to help make its own community better. That is an extraordinary commitment of resources and time and energy that we are making, and we are asking this council to help us structure a downtown development corporation or something that would fit within the confines of a new department, if that is what we end up doing. What's most important is that we have an implementation strategy for going forward and a public-private task force to make it happen. If we can make a few more changes to this motion, we will be comfortable with it and can support it. Thank you.
Darrell Holter and then Howard Watts.
Thank you, Mr. President and council members. I'm a little reluctant to speak on something that I know many of the council members who have been so helpful to us and those of us in the Figueroa corridor are in support of. But I do want to say that the CRA has been extremely helpful to us in organizing our group and doing things that I think it's sometimes hard for the city to do, and for the city to do very quickly the way the CRA sometimes can. For example, the CRA came with an economic development strategy for the corridor that was extremely helpful. They gave us a small amount of money on short notice so we could do a cleanup day, and everyone came out and worked to clean up the streets and clean up some of the properties that needed to have that done. And they also worked with us from the beginning to develop a uniform signage program that will be very beneficial for everyone in all of downtown area, but also for tourists who come in from out of town. These are little examples of what they can do because in part of their semi-independent status. I think it's important to think about this, when we're on the verge of making some changes in the city charter, if this really is the best thing to take up at this time. And I think it's hard for the council to have a unified economic development strategy, whereas I think the CRA has a flexibility in specific districts to address the specific concerns of those districts. Finally, I think I'd certainly be willing, and I know others would too, to work with the council in a public-private partnership to look at this issue, to look at the pros and cons of consolidation and that sort of thing. I'd like to see, a broad-based committee, business, downtown interests, others, labor, community community, academics, et cetera. Maybe we should take a look at it, but let's not take an action which might be precipitous. Thank you.
Lobbyist.
Howard Watts and then
Ernestina. Lobbyists are so controllable in this city. Why is it that the city council can't do their own job? All over the state, the CRA is the city council. What is it? Are you afraid that if you do something wrong, that the voters in your area would probably want to recall you? Is that the reason why you stick it up over at 354 South Spring? Keep it here. This is what the public wants to know. We want to know what the elected officials are going to do about their own area. We don't want this mess over at 354 any longer. They've lost their lease. Get rid of them. Bring it over here where it belongs. It is obvious that the 4 council members who want to change this have the greatest ideas in their mind that they ever had. I cannot believe I'm listening to or reading what the council, those 4 members want to do. I hope the other council members have enough brains to cut this darn thing out, because they're $8 million in debt right now in 1 year's time, plus all of the other debt. And the fact that none of these areas where they're redevelopment areas, including Hollywood, including Chinatown, including North Hollywood, where John Farrell at one time tried to be the chairman of that PAC meeting with his own gavel. I mean, come on, folks. Wake up and see the air that is flying through your ears. Because if you don't do something, the public will have to do it by having an initiative on the ballot.
Howard, I think you spoke enough.
Well, I thought you would say that, John.
Montebello.
You don't like what I say.
Yeah, you're wonderful. Mike Pfeiffer would be next.
Hello, my name is Ernestina Monteano. I'm a resident of the Boyle Heights area. I'm up here to let you know that after 3 years or so, our Councilman Richard Alatorre and the Community Redevelopment Agency in our project area and the project area committees have failed to inform the people that live or have businesses in the Adelante East Side project plan that they are impacted. Myself and other persons have asked them to put it on television in English and in Spanish, and in the LA Times and the neighborhood papers. And the response of the CRA was that they had no money. This plan must be stopped until the people are informed. An article was put on the East Side Sun on Christmas Eve when all the people were busy cooking and shopping and would never see it. And it was only in English. Honorable Councilman Alatorre, it is important that you postpone the joint public hearing regarding the Adelante project. Please make sure that the joint public hearing is held in the Boyle Heights and in the evening so that the people could attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Pfeiffer and then David Cochran.
Good afternoon.
Pull the microphone up so you can speak to it.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, council members. I'm Mike Pfeiffer. I'm the Executive Director of South Park Stakeholders Group and the South Park Community Economic Development Corporation. Also working closely with the Central City South Association of Commerce and Industry. They're groups of commercial and residential property owners and business leaders who are dedicated to the continuing economic and community redevelopment of the area south of 8th Street in the greater downtown area. The idea of improving the city's management and coordination of economic development, goals and objectives, and related strategies targeted to attract new businesses, retain current businesses, increase employment, and generally improve the city's ability to compete in the global marketplace is an idea we support. However, we respectfully recommend that the proposed transfer of the duties and responsibilities of the CRA Governing Board to the City Council be given additional study prior to such action. The CRA has functioned well in the long-term redevelopment of downtown and other project areas, and the job is certainly not over, considering the continuing redevelopment needs in commercial, residential, industrial sectors of the greater downtown area. The proposed change in CRA operations deserves further study. We look forward to being a part of the public and private sector discussion on this proposal and to the ultimate successful implementation of a well-coordinated citywide economic development program. Thank you.
David Cochran and then Ed Rosenthal.
Good morning, council members. David Cochran from AFSCME Council 36, representing AFSCME Locals 164, 585, and 2204, the basic, professional, and supervisory bargaining units of the CRA. In other words, the people who actually implement redevelopment in this city. And I represent an extremely and deeply concerned group of city workers here, city workers who have been, for months, been asking the question, what's going to happen to us? And for months have gotten no real answer. People are frightened, and they should be, because now we hear nothing but rumors, and we have an agency that is functionally at this point managed by rumor at all levels. The concern of the employees is because no one has said and been willing to make a commitment, and we're going to ask you to make a commitment today to protect, no matter what happens, to protect the jobs of the agency employees. They're the ones that are implementing your redevelopment strategies. But no one has been willing to say, we're going to protect you. The rumor du jour, the current rumor of the week, is that anywhere from 30 to 80, the mayor's demanded that anywhere from 30 to 80 people be laid off from the agency. That frightens my members, and it should. These are the people who have done the wonderful things that the agency has done. They've followed their management's instructions, and they're the first ones that are being threatened. We'd seek a commitment from this body that there will be no involuntary departures from the agency. Certainly we're willing to work with the agency, but our hands are being tied as employees. We thank you. We have deliberately not taken a position on this consolidation because no one has been willing to make that commitment to the employees.
All right, thank
We're looking
you.
for that. Thank you.
Ed Rosenthal and then Jerry Jeffy.
Thank you. Though I'm a member of the Central City Association and an advisor to the downtown property owners, I'm speaking here on behalf of myself as a broker working in downtown for 20 years in a CRA project area. And I hope to remind you that this decision isn't about your own personal interest or relationships to the community, but about a change in government which is impersonal and will affect us into the next century. Regarding that, I think that the state law gives communities the choice of having a separate board, not under the control or direct control of the city council, because in a large, complex community, planning must be through an office with a mandate to have a bird's eye view of the whole. And that doesn't emerge necessarily from a hodgepodge of local interests. So the way this is stated is that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. You know, regarding the general interest in this town in progress, I think you should consider that a particular council person may have a strong relationship with a single owner in a district, which benefits that owner and council person and possibly the district. However, that same relationship is turned to a detriment if a redevelopment plan includes eminent domain or some other cost for that owner. If so, the process with the CRA more intimately controlling a board is poisoned at the onset. Project planning is replaced by delay tactics and backdoor jockeying. I hope some of the council persons are listening to this. That is counter to the interests of the other owners, nonprofits, and members of the community outside the home district who want the project to move ahead. That's why I'm opposed to more direct control
Okay, thank you.
I'm not finished, sorry.
Well, I think you are.
Let me have
Jerry,
one more. How
we
about
have-
one more paragraph? Equally unacceptable in the context of a council-run CRA is a situation where a council person has a strong relationship with a developer involved in important projects in several districts. Then the council person will seek to leverage that activity into more public projects in several districts and more input into overall policy. In effect, replacing public policy with private planning, which is the province of the community and not the single developer.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Jerry
you.
Jeffy. And then Steve Gibson.
Jerry Jeffy, representing the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. I'll keep this very short. Many of the points that I would have made have previously been made, and I just want to emphasize that we support the position of the Central City Association, the comments that Carol Schatz made, as well as we support the editorial that was in the LA Times yesterday on the same subject. Thank you.
Steve Gibson.
Steve Gibson, Interim Executive Director of the Fashion District Business Improvement District. As you know, the CRA has been an important ally in our 6-year battle to change our area from the Garment District, which at that time had businesses leaving Los Angeles and relocating in other cities, to the current Fashion District, which has become an important economic engine for downtown Los Angeles. Today, you are being asked to make decisions that will cause development in this city to be done, to change in a fundamental way. While we tend to agree with your goal that the economic development in this city does need to be better organized and focused, it's hard for us to support it at this time without further definition and understanding of the details. Importantly, what are the details, the steps to implementing this change? As was mentioned, what is the impact on the employees and the relationships there? But most importantly, what is the financial impact? It surprises me that something as important as this is going forward without financial analysis, without an understanding of the financial impact of such a fundamental change. And then to echo the Carol Schatz and the Central City Association's worry about downtown focus. We are an important part of the downtown. We equally worry about the downtown focus being lost, and want to add to the discussion this idea of a downtown development corporation, something to continue the focus in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Leonard Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to say I endorse this wholeheartedly. My name is Leonard Shapiro, and I'm a community watchdog. I think you have to remember that this item is coming to you for one reason. The swollen bureaucracy of the CRA for the last 40 years has been taking in all kinds of money and spewing out very little, has finally decided that they can't operate anymore. $8 million a year for the next 5 years, they're short. And they come to you, please give us the money. Well, that's really nice, because they have spent in this city $2 billion since their organization. They owe $600 million alone on the downtown skyscraper structure. The point is, how are they operating? Why did they get so divorced from the ordinary people? They operated, for example, their key committee was set up to meet at 8 o'clock in the morning when they knew nobody from the public could come down there. You had to get up 5 o'clock in the morning for the traffic to get there at 8 o'clock. So nobody was ever there, and they did all their subjects there. They made sure the public was not allowed to be heard. When the public did insist on being heard, they were arrested. Todd Hayes was arrested. Howard Watt was arrested. Sam Schiffer was arrested for nothing. I was there several times when this thing happened.
Did they arrest you?
They never arrested me.
Okay, thank you.
But the point
bad.
is, they are finally coming to you, hat in hand, and say, fellas, we give up. We don't know how to do it. You take over our function.
I give up too, Mr. Shapiro. I just want my colleagues to know that we spent 20 minutes on this debate. So now we'll go to those. Mr. Hernandez, you...
Mr. President, members of the council, you know, my reality today, and I say this in humor, I have 530 days of total sobriety, but 882 days left as a council person. Now, I mentioned the 882
How many days
days.
to the millennium?
Because in comparison to this issue, you need to understand that Mr. Fuhr was not on this council. Ms. Miskowski was not on this council. Ms. Goldberg was not on this council. And Ms. Chick was not on this council when we started this discussion. And for my purposes, I've reached one of my goals, and that was to bring it to this level of discussion. What you need to understand is I had Mr. Bernardi's support on consolidation. And since then, we've had another council person elected, and now he's a state senator. In fact, he's the majority whip. Things are happening fast in Los Angeles and in the state of California. For some reason, I've had to deal with 4 deputy mayors who were all in support of this issue, and now I have a deputy mayor who's not sure. I need you to know that when I talk about economic development strategy of the city, I am talking about something greater than the CRA, because we're talking about issues about an airport, a harbor. We're talking about communities that are not CRA areas, and we are recovering from an earthquake. Now, Los Angeles is dealing with an economic boom, but how are we preparing our citizens for the jobs of that boom is a question. You need to understand that the current CRA is dealing with an $8 million shortfall to staff its 210 or so employees when it had 400 employees at one time. But it has more economic development projects that have major impact on the city than ever before, when you look at projects like TransitCon and the Staples Arena. And that has to be dealt with. But the expertise they bring to the table, we cannot lose. CDD now has about 80 employees less than they ever had before. Most of them have been cut in the areas of economic development. And we as a city have never developed a common strategy, have never gone out to the business community, to academians, and to basically figure out what should be our direction as a city when we talk about economic development. How is it that that helps improve the quality of life of Angelenos? So my goal was to get it to this level. And the reality is we need to have an implementation plan. For us to pretend that CRA is not going bankrupt is not good enough. For us to pretend that CDD doesn't need people who are experts in economic development is not good enough. Not with the kinds of projects we're talking about as a city. I want the CLA and the CAO to give a report. You need to know that public hearings were held throughout this whole city 4 years ago. You need to know that public hearings were held throughout this whole city 6 years ago. You need to know that we've continued to meet on it, and I just thought it was time we brought it before all of us. So that if we have an intention of developing a common economic development strategy for the city that is much greater than the role of CRA, we take that into account. So that we figure out how to make sure that the downtown civic center, the skyline, basically the center of this city, is maintained in its proper status, so that we understand the impact of Hollywood, so that we can understand the impact of neighborhood businesses and job creation and sustainable communities. So I just wanted to open with those remarks because I just want to know what direction to go, but I've been working on this for many years. Mr. Ridley Thomas has been working on it when he was the chair of CDD. When Ed Avila was CRA chairman, executive director, you need to know that Con Howe, Parker Anderson, as well as at the time, whoever was the housing department chair, got together, came up with a plan. Everybody has been working on this plan, but it's never been before you. So today's the first time it's before you. And I want the CAO and CLA to give a full report. I have a clear understanding that we still have a lot of work to do, but like I mentioned in my opening remarks, I have 882 days. And so my question is, what are we going to be focused on and how do we get it done? Thank you.
Let's hope we get this thing through today. Why don't we have a report from the staff, Mr. Comrie and Mr.
Councilmember Hernandez is correct. This has been discussed over the years a number of times. The city's been organized somewhat differently than other cities. The most common organization is that the city council is the CRA. The effort in the package before you is to merge like functions with like functions. It's to take three major departments, housing, community development, economic development, the redevelopment agency, and merge the economic development activities in one department, the housing in one department, and the human services in the other. It can be done. As you know, though, my position frequently in a lot of these is the people that count, and I believe we have excellent people in all three departments. They've made it work under the current situation. This organization, though, they should be able to make it work better. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, actually, the Chief Legislative Analyst Office has been recommending a consolidation of the Economic Development Department for probably 8 years now. Started under the Bradley administration. Now, I guess now with Howard Watt and Mr. Shapiro's support, maybe we'll move ahead. But the basically, there is a variety of economic development functions that are performed by various departments and offices of the city. Our recommendation is those be consolidated. CRA is one of the primary economic development tools of the city, and hence, the easiest way to bring that under one department is to create what is known as a economic community redevelopment agency, community redevelopment commission, and in order to effectuate that, it requires the council to become the CRA. Otherwise, that wouldn't be a recommendation. And so our recommendation is we proceed with this. There is concern, I think, in a variety of communities relative to this reorganization. We're committed to working over the next 60 to 90 days with those people in preparing the necessary documents and making sure their concerns are reflected in those documents when we bring the package that is required under recommendations 2, 3, and 4 back to the council.
Okay, Mr. Savornich is chair. Huh? All right, Mr. Wax.
Well, Mr. President, members of council, I don't think that there's any question that we need to better coordinate and consolidate economic development functions. It would improve our efforts in all respects, but I have really serious question whether taking over the CRA is the answer to that, or whether the increased efficiency that would come from taking over the CRA as opposed to a better job at coordinating economic development functions where they now exist is worth the price of potentially bankrupting the city. I really fear that we are going down a path that could cause great harm to the fiscal integrity of the city. I fear very greatly that the delivery of city services to neighborhoods throughout this city could be dramatically impacted by the city government and the general fund having to foot the bill from an agency that Mr. Hernandez well points out is perhaps going towards bankruptcy. An agency that has an $8 million deficit annual, a $630 million debt, coupled with a city council that almost never lets anybody go and protects its employees more than anyone. I'm worried that what you're going to have is a general fund assumption of a liability it now doesn't have at the expense of the delivery of services in all the neighborhoods in this city. The CRA, I have supported, I created the only CRA in the San Fernando Valley, the one in North Hollywood. The issue at the time was, you know, there have been people critical about using tax increment funding, property tax increment funding for a CRA. The counter argument was, of course, that you only create that tax increment by the economic development that is generated within the area, and therefore it is appropriate as the means to stimulate economic development and to pay for that. But once you start going into the general fund, and once you start bailing out a bankrupt agency, you're no longer talking about money that is generated by economic development in the area. You're now beginning to talk about the general revenues to the city, which are used for the delivery of all city services in all neighborhoods, to bail out an agency that is having its problems. That is a high price to pay if it becomes the price we're going to pay. And I want to protect against that. I think that greater coordination of economic development functions is too high, that the city impact on the city general fund is too high of a price to pay for better coordination of city economic development functions. A good executive should be able to coordinate the economic development of the function of this city, whether or not they exist in one department or in several departments. But the assumption of liability by the city's general fund, which is used to pay for police and fire and library and parks and all the neighborhoods of the city, not just CRA neighborhoods, to bail out a failing agency could have a far greater negative impact than any current lack of coordination of economic development. So I don't think it has to be either or. I think we can have a better coordination and consolidation of economic development functions without risking the city's fiscal health of paying for an agency that is in trouble. That's the bottom line of this. And before I could vote for this, I would need to have the kind of analysis that has not been done yet that addresses those issues. There is a motion here that addresses some of them, and I think it's a good motion. And before we ever start taking something over, we ought to have the data required by the motion that's before us. Is that yours, Mr. Hernandez? Or there's two motions, but one... two that I saw, but clearly you need the facts before you can jump into an assumption of potential liability.
Mr. Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, I think I probably have a little longer insight than most people on the CRA, having served on the Blue Ribbon Committee for the Central Business District. And I can tell you that the last thing in the world that I want to be is a CRA commissioner, and I'll tell you why. First of all, you're putting yourself in a terrible position. If the council goes through this, you will rue the day that you voted to do so. Second of all, I think Mr. Wax's comments are very significant. Right now, we have an $8 million deficit on the CRA budget. And the only one of the development districts that actually has any increment or any positive coming in is still Bunker Hill. And it's been funding a lot of things for the city, housing, I don't know what else, that's all supposed to legally can be doing. My advice to the council is this, number one, I'm going to go back to the Finance Committee to be carefully analyzed. That'll be my motion. But I want to comment that my advice for dealing with this problem is to cut our losses. Number one, with an $8 million deficit, we have to cut, and that $16 million of that is administrative. $8 million is debt service. We have a $16 million income, which leaves us $8 million short. We ought to take $8 million of that $16 million, and we ought to take that and defer it directly to the controller for debt service. The balance of the other $8 million, we ought to take the staff of the various duplicate departments that we have in CRA, and we ought to take the employees, as many as we can afford or can use in those departments, and transfer them into the city, back to the city departments, and let the city departments of planning, engineering, and others deal with the CRA's duplicate departmentships. That should cut the nut down considerably. Second of all, we ought to limit the administrative cost of the CRA to somewhere between $4 and $8 million a year and keep it separate. And frankly, the only thing we're keeping alive right now is Bunker Hill. That's generating money for housing, but let's face it, that's money that's diverted from our general fund. So we're only kidding ourselves. That money could be used for other things besides just housing, by the way. And, you're talking about human development, you're talking about other things that need to be done in the city. Those funds are now going strictly into the redevelopment agency, and it's only from Bunker Hill. And truthfully, it probably should have been closed out a long time ago, because all the development in Bunker Hill is done. And that's not the area that needed it. My experience with CRA, the redevelopment project for downtown has failed. All we've succeeded in doing is moving downtown Los Angeles further west to Bunker Hill, period. The CBD hasn't changed. It's just as bad. Yeah, we got a couple state buildings and a couple other things in there, but if you go down there, it's much the same as it was when I looked at it 25 years ago, maybe a little more, when they took us around and showed us what the problem was. So it hasn't solved that problem. Now, I know that the intentions are good, but let's not become the focal point of all the criticism and all the problems of CRA, because CRA is a problem. Don't let us be the problem, become the problem.
Thank you.
I urge a no vote on this. Send it to committee. I move that it go to the Finance Committee.
Mr. Alatorre.
Mr. President and members, I have a motion that would, that I have the concurrence of Mr. Hernandez. You know, I too am concerned about whether we should assume the responsibility of CRA. I think some things have to be answered before we make that decision. And some real basic things of the economic viability and the consequences, I believe, that Mr. Wax talked about. I think looking at what is going to happen as far as the employees and what are we going to do with them and their incorporation into whatever it is that we are attempting to do. I agree we have to do a better job, but I think that a lot of work has been done. I mean, you know, I'm not convinced that the only way to solve all of our ills is to give it to the city council, because we have enough problems in solving the things we have now. But I think that the direction that Mr. Hernandez is talking about is worth looking at. But I think a stakeholders group, I think, is important in the discussion of this. I think that, obviously, I think that the financial aspects of a consolidation and the taking over of redevelopment, the impact it's going to have on the general fund and on the city, I think has to be looked at. And my motion would basically ask that within 60 days, that the CAO, CLA, and the appropriate bodies look at all of the impacts on personnel and the like, and have them sent to Budget and Finance for a review at that time. So that's my motion. Mr. Hernandez has agreed to that. So I'd ask for an aye vote on what is, I believe, 6C. Thank you.
6C. Who brought in 6A?
Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah. And who seconded it?
Mr. Savornich.
Okay. Do you also
Same.
got to bring 6C?
6A and B.
Okay. Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, it gives the appearance that this is nothing more than a power grab. That's the appearance it's given. It's the same as let's have charter reform to dismantle the city council operation. And now that was viewed as a power grab. Well, this gives the same appearance, just the other way around. I want to suggest to you that there are those who say you need a super agency, such as been explained, like some of you need a hole in the head. Do we need a super agency in order to provide affordable housing as has been done by the CRA? There are those who don't want to provide affordable housing where affordable housing is needed. Now, I know Mr. Hernandez has benefited his district substantially from CRA, Mr. Alatorre, affordable housing, and others. CRA. And economic development, not only just the Hollywood project in the arena downtown, but other areas as well. Were they incompetent when they did this? When certain departments, they had nothing to do in their own department, so they're knick-knacking at the CRA? It's easy to make it a whipping boy or girl. I would say to you that if this is going to be done at all, it's got to require an ordinance. We just tried to merge the Department of Aging with CDD, and you said you needed an ordinance, and we rejected that because we didn't want the appearance, give the appearance of a super agency once again. But this is worse. I would say to you that we should, if it's really not dining out or broken, leave it alone. I'm telling you right now that if you buy into this, you're going to find that come June, when they start talking about what should happen to charter reform and so on, you will give them every weapon that they've been looking for to make the changes that other folks think that ought to be made in the council and its control and jurisdiction, etc. It just goes to show that one branch of government can abuse power the same as any other branch of government. I think you better step back and take another look at this. This perception will kill all 14 of you, I believe, if it's adopted. And you can throw me in for good fashion, too. That'll make it 15. Everybody.
There's a vacancy.
So I would say to you that let it go to committee if you choose, but please don't buy into this at all. We do already have oversight of everything that the CRA does right now. We didn't do it in the previous mayor administration. You had an opportunity to do it, and you should do it under this one.
Something I did, Mr. Holden. I did that over. Mr. Goldberg.
Yes, I would like to know what we know about the financial relationship between CRA and the city now, and how it would be changed if the council became the CRA board. I'd like to know whether or not Mr. Wax's predictions of bankruptcy of that agency, if we become that agency, would bring down the city. And because my understanding was, because I had some of the same questions, that that's not the case. I'd also like to know whether we've done any investigation on if we did this consolidation, whether there would be some positions that would be not possible to transfer over because they don't have the same classifications here as they have at CRA, and what we would do about that. I'd also like to get answers to the questions about the $8 million deficit annually and $40 million, therefore, over the next 5 years. Does that mean that the general fund then becomes responsible for these things? And before I close, because lest you be mistaken, in general and in concept, I actually think this is a good idea. The fact of the matter is that we have the CRA doing economic development, we have CDD doing economic development, we have the mayor's office doing economic development, we have each of the 14 of us doing economic development, and I think putting it together and spending some time on a real strategic plan and having some focus to this, and having all of the various groups consolidated, and then also housing in CRA and housing in the housing department combined, I think these are very positive steps. I think they will make the business of the city work better. But we do need to know how some of these other issues get answered before we decide whether or not they're appropriate. So I'd like to ask the CLA's office or the CAO's office or both if they would address the questions that I just raised. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, members of the council, as it relates to impact on the general fund relative to the debt, there is the Community Redevelopment Agency is a creature of state legislation. It stands on its own. You can ask, the city attorney is here to respond, I think, to the legality of it. What the opportunity for involving the general fund, the council, fortunately or unfortunately, has that ability as much today under the current structure as they would under a new structure. But the fact of the matter is there is no mingling of those dollars. In fact, CRA itself is not one agency. It is a group of areas. North Hollywood money should not legally be spent in downtown, and downtown should not legally be spent in other agencies. So they are, except for housing. Housing's a different issue. Housing can be spent citywide, but as it relates to the redevelopment functions, except for housing, those functions, those dollars stay within each area, and not other, and each area is not responsible for the other area. One. Two, the $8 million or whatever deficit there is there is no responsibility of the general fund or the council to make up that deficit. For reasons that it may choose to do so, it can or it can refuse to do so. The agency has to stand on its own. And the $8 million, and we can, I think that's motion 6A that Mr. Hernandez put in, I think will address that issue. There are $8 million, I understand, in his worst-case scenario. It involves a 2% increase in the increment that is provided for under Prop 13. Essentially, that means no turnover in properties downtown. I believe that the projections will be higher than that, so the deficit isn't quite as much. But the decision of whether or not you get general fund involved in that is this body's decision along with the mayor's. I mean, but that doesn't mean structurally there's any difference. There is no difference between the structure being proposed and the existing structure of whether the council, the general fund is any more or less involved. On positions that don't exist in civil service positions, then there is going to need to be some work on determine either creating new classifications or working out some way of transferring those positions, if need be, between the CRA and city positions.
Mrs. Chick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Mr. Alatorre for basically introducing a motion that I find extremely livable for the following reasons. Since I was running for office in 1993, I have been talking about the need of this city to have an economic development department. And I have certain colleagues who have been, as chair of the appropriate committees, hard at work on and off trying to create one. And each time we've looked at doing this, with everyone agreeing that it makes just the most good common sense that the city of Los Angeles should have an integrated, focused economic development department, the questions get too complex, the answers get too difficult, and we walk away from it. I want this to go forward, but I want to create an economic development department, not because we haven't acted so far and so we should go ahead and do this because we need to do something, but to create an economic development department in the very best way possible. The 6C, in my mind, does allow not only for a stakeholders community task force to be involved to bring some of their concerns to the table, to help us craft something that meets the needs of the key stakeholders and addresses their concerns, but also for us. We'll flesh out some of the details as we go forward. In a way, it reminds me a little bit of the ARENA project, where many of us, certainly I, kept voting yes because I wanted it to go forward, but I needed questions to be answered. And I think this allows us to do it in the very best way. I also think we need to, however, commit to moving it forward, to staying on a very tight timeline. And there's some mention in approximately 90 days. I think, Mr. Deaton, with your support of doing this, that your office and the city clerk can help us try to move this forward so it doesn't turn into, in 10 years from now, someone else will be talking about forming this. And then finally, I very much would like to have a separate report to the full council, and I would so move, that includes the CRA commission, the essential and appropriate key city staff, to give us in public a briefing on where the CRA is now, what its problems are. If we don't do what's before us today, within the next handful of months, what will happen with the CRA? What other solutions need to be brought to the table? Because I'm hearing a lot of people say, we can't do this because of the CRA. I think it's time that the full council become as expert as possible in the current existing problems, and also the report should address why we're in the shape that we're in.
Thank you. Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that we separate the questions 1 through 5 in item 6, please, for the following reason. The impetus to create an economic development department is very positive, and I agree with that approach. And Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Ridley Thomas, and others who've been riveted on this, as Mike points out before, as many of us were even serving here, has been very important, I think. For me, the question is, Not whether to coordinate and consolidate, but how. And in particular, it's easier for me to contend with the existing city departments and their coordination and consolidation than to include the CRA at the moment. I don't know enough about the implications of adding the CRA to that mix. There are good arguments to be made that if you don't add it to the mix, you left out a key ingredient in economic development, and a lot of the coordination benefits that you would have achieved will fall by the wayside, and I understand that. But for myself today, I can support item 6A and item 6B and item 6C because I need more information. I can support most of the items in 6, but I can't support yet declaring the City Council to be the CRA for the City of Los Angeles, even in concept yet. I may get there, but for today, what I'd like to do is assure we have the facts, not to bury this issue, but have the facts in a timely way, have us reconvene in a couple months, and then make an informed judgment, rather than putting the cart before the horse by declaring us to be this agency without knowing the information that others have well sought in the balance of these motions.
Mrs. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the questions that I've not heard raised in this discussion is the question that I think underlies a lot of the discussion about whether the council should take over the CRA, and that is the question of city liability. I'd like to hear from the city attorney as to whether or not I'd like to hear from the city attorney in 30 days, not a long stretched out time, whether or not the city is currently the last resort in terms of having to be the person responsible or the entity responsible for CRA debt should they come to a bankrupt status and not be able to meet their bond payments. Is that debt that they have currently backed up by the good faith of the city? And would that change, whichever way the answer goes, would that change when the council's set as the CRA?
I think that the city attorney, I think their answer to both questions is no, but I think they're here they can respond to that question. No, we're not. The city general fund is not responsible for their debts.
All right.
And the structure does not change it.
Good. That was my feeling, but I've had several concerns raised to me on that issue. I'm concerned about the CRA's financial structure, whether we take it over or not. And I would like to ask that Budget and Finance Committee, that these issues be heard with respect to CRA's financial status in the Budget and Finance Committee, and that we hear them no later than 2 weeks from today. I would also like, if the city attorney, or if we can some way pass information on to people who feel they have a stake in CRA, particularly the downtown business community, that the city is not responsible for the debt of CRA. If CRA goes belly up, that CRA, it doesn't fall over into the funds of the city, the general fund or any other fund. And my addition, I'd like to amend Mr. Alatorre's motion about a city study group, stakeholder study group, to be certain that there are grassroots people from each CRA development area, each redevelopment area, that are included in that study group. All right. So I'd like to make that amendment to 6C, and that it be referred to Budget and Finance.
Thank you,
Not
Ms.
the
Walters.
motion, but not the amendment, but the whole thing.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Chair recognizes Ms. Kowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the discussion has been healthy, but I would like to call the city attorney to the center only to answer the question that I think has been on the minds of many of us, and that is the general fund any more at risk or at risk at all, depending on the change in structure from where we are today as opposed to where the structure in place in the future that the council itself is the CRA? Yes or no?
The answer is no.
Thank you. But I appreciate that. I think verifying that, bringing forward the legal opinions, and reiterating that, underscoring that is important so that everyone understands it from this day forward. I assume that that also is optionally, as recommendations might come forward, as we will go through what 6A talks about, which is a presentation of the revenue forecast of the exact economic situation at CRA, that the general fund, by choice of the council, may be utilized if an appropriate program or a recommendation comes forward, but that is clearly optional and a choice of the council in terms of looking at options of dealing with the budget deficit as CRA will be presenting it.
That's correct. The mere act of the City Council declaring itself through the normal process as the governing body of the CRA would not jeopardize the general fund in and of itself.
Thank you for answers those questions, which I think were sort of the platform question that Mr. Wax started with. Beyond that, I generally concur with the members of the council who have spoken that not only is the Economic Consolidated Department an appropriate step for the council to take, but I am not fearful of having the council assert itself as the CRA after all of the details on the implementation are discussed and put forward. In fact, I think that unlike some of the concern expressed by the Central City Association, which I think was fearful of losing the prominence of downtown in a city overall economic development package, that in fact it's exactly the opposite that I think would occur. I think under an economic development package, the downtown area would be elevated in terms of importance as a central metropolitan region. Right now, I fear that the downtown has been sort of only dealt with by CRA, and a whole lot of the other economic development engine in the city looks elsewhere, feeling that CRA has taken care of downtown. And I think it should be part of an overall package as the #1 economic engine in the city. And beyond that, members of the council, I think it's appropriate for this study, and I agree with Mr. Fuhr that perhaps item 1 shouldn't have been item 1, it should have been item 5 or 6 after all the other studies have come back, and that is the city's declaring its intent to become the CRA after all of these other issues have been resolved, the implementation ordinances, the discussion, the stakeholders group participation become a part of it. And the reason I think it's critical and appropriate is that our CRA function, as we have known it and dealt with it, is a 30-year-old process in this city. We are on the verge of a new millennium. We are on the verge of a whole different dynamic in terms of economic engine and economic development in the city. And I think a new economic development consolidated department makes sense, inclusive of the CRA and inclusive of the City Council having control over all of that, appropriately so.
Thank you, Mr. Miskowski. Chair recognizes Councilmember Randy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, I think it reduces itself to something rather simple and/or straightforward. It is as follows: whether we want to move forward or not. This has been before us for the past 6+ years. It began, as has been indicated, under the Bradley administration because of the felt need to refine, to improve, to upgrade, to coordinate economic development delivery in the city of Los Angeles. How often, ask yourself the question, how often do we talk about this system needing to be fixed? In other words, in many respects, we deem it to be broken. Who knows that better than us? From districts 1 through 15, who knows that better than us when we are attempting to coordinate resources from the housing department to the community development department to the community redevelopment agency? It is compelling, it would seem to me, for us to increase our efficiency, to upgrade the coordination so that the end user, namely those who are trying to get projects built and communities that are desperately in need of improvement, can benefit from a more effectively organized economic development system in the city of Los Angeles. That is precisely what's before us. Nothing more and nothing less than that. Those who wish to talk about further study have legitimate points in some instances. Others who make those points, I'm persuaded, do so simply to impede progress. And there are those who have attempted to do that from the beginning. Why? Because for them the status quo is satisfactory. Well, it really isn't. No one will make the claim, I don't think, that all is well in terms of the economic development delivery systems in the city of Los Angeles. We've known that for a long time. We all recognize that improvement can be made. And I guess the point that I really want to make here is the following. We have attempted to deal with this matter on several different occasions. It is not easy to do. Each time it takes a brand new start to refocus the effort because we have such intense competing interests. Now is the time for us to make the move to improve economic development, to coordinate better, and to be better positioned to serve our respective constituencies and the city at large. I finally make the point that from my vantage point, it is not a very difficult thing to recognize that we can move forward, make the CRA better, make the community development department better, make the housing department better, and this is not to be reduced simply to the council being in a mood to take over the CRA. That is, in my view, just a part of this entire effort. It did not begin that way. It will not end that way. The bottom line for us is essentially improvement of our services, economic development being premier among them. And that's what we should move forward and vote for today, and I appeal to you to do precisely that.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. Mr. Swarnich.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As co-chair of the committee that held the hearings and conducted the meetings to discuss this issue, I find it incredulous that some believe that this issue has just appeared before us. This predates many of our tenure on this city council. This predates our being elected. And there was a series of false starts since many of us arrived here in 1993 to continue the effort of this consolidation. One of the things that I find most pleasing, however, is a lot of the focus has been on the CRA. Much to the CRA's credit, not to their detriment. Because of the leadership of our commission, two of the commissioners here today that I can see in the audience, because of the leadership of our administrator, and because of the dedication of purpose of the employees of the CRA, redevelopment has indeed occurred in our neighborhoods. And dramatically so in the 1990s. Because if you look at the entity in this city that has been driving economic development, whether it be the Staples Center, whether it be the Trizac-Hahn project, whether it be the new Coliseum proposal, and a dozen others across the city, it has been the redevelopment agency. And that is the truth. And why the CRI finds itself $40 million upside down, members, is because over the course of the last few years, through the budget process, we have taken $80 million away from them. That's why they're $40 million upside down. If it would have been left within the agency, we would have been $40 million to the good. And half of the debate on this council floor wouldn't have occurred. And that is the truth. And so, Mr. President, members of the council, while a lot of the debate has been focusing on the CRA's portion of this, that is not the issue unto itself. It began very simply that if an entity wanted to do development in the city of Los Angeles, who would you go to? Pick up the white pages. Try to find it. Would you call the mayor's office of economic development? Would you call the community development department? Would you call the housing department? Would you call the redevelopment agency? Who would you call? Who would you deal with? And we found very, very early in this process, almost 6 years ago now, that the process was disjointed in the city of Los Angeles, that we needed to have an economic development department in the city of Los Angeles, of which the CRA would be a part. And so today I rise to encourage you. This has been 6 years in the making. No one woke up last week and threw pixie dust up in the air and said, hey, look, here's the economic development consolidation plan coming before the city council. This has been 6 years getting here. And while some of the issues that have been brought forth in regards to some of the fiscal issues are important, I would not want to see the economic consolidation derailed at this time through any type of effort that would be other than genuine in trying to get the fiscal issues before us debated, and let's proceed. Mr. President, members of the council, many of us have worked too long and too hard. And at the beginning of this process 6 years ago, 4 chiefs of staff ago, and 5 deputy mayors ago, the issue at that time was it always got held up because of the governance issue. All the other issues we could work around. But even back then, 6 years ago, I was told by first Mr. McCarley, then Dr. Ochi, and then Mrs. Kramer, and now Kelly Martin and her staff, that the issue at the end of the day was going to be governance. That's where we find ourselves here today. All of the issues will be addressed, but at the end of the day, governance was the issue then. Governance is the issue here today. Let us work past that for the betterment of economic development issues in this city.
Ms. Galanter.
I'm trying to understand what splitting up the vote would leave us with, and I believe that these are all included here for a couple of reasons. If you look at the items under, there are 4 items under 1. If we skip over the first one, which is to declare the City Council to be the Community Redevelopment Commission, there's no reason for us to be establishing a new redevelopment commission if we already have a redevelopment agency. That's item B. Then under C, it says create a new economic development condition and consolidate all the economic development functions recommended on attachment 1, which goes on for a whole page. We might be able to do that one. The fourth one, it's the 4th one on the page. The 3rd one, after you get rid of the declaring us to be the redevelopment agency, says consolidate all the redevelopment agency functions within the Los Angeles Housing Department. Well, can we do that without declaring ourselves to be the agency? Or we could just lift those functions out of the agency if we chose to do it. Okay, thank you. Then item 2, instruct the city attorney with various other assistants to prepare ordinances to effectuate recommendation number 1 above, but we now got an incomplete recommendation number 1 above if we take out the part that says we're going to be the redevelopment agency. Item 3 is direct the CAO and various others to prepare and present the steps to accomplish the consolidation of city functions as contemplated in recommendation 1 above, including the merger of CRA personnel and so on. But if we're not taking a position on whether or not we want to be the CRA, that doesn't quite make sense. And the 4th one is instruct the city clerk and various other people on the notification process for public hearings relative to declaring ourselves the CRA, which we clearly don't want to do if we're not declaring ourselves the CRA. And the last one is to instruct the CAO to meet and confer with the employee bargaining units on what happens if we consolidate, which we could do even if we haven't decided to consolidate. So I just want to be sure if and when I finally get to vote on these things, that I'm actually clear and that we are all clear on which recommendations can be adopted in isolation and which ones require that the whole package be considered. And actually, I think the easiest solution, if we're going to send any of it to the Budget Committee for evaluation, is in fact to send the whole package, and then we could deal with the whole package when we get that data that the rest of you said you wanted anyway.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, Mr. President, members of the council, I wanted, again, as I started, I accomplished my goal by bringing this issue to this level. And I think it's important that we now seriously take into consideration the recommendations and all the work that's been before us. There's no question in my mind, and Mr. Deaton, in regards to the agenda item before us, you had talked about changing the wording from approved to, or from declared to intend to do. Is that?
Well, what the city attorney advised, which is correct, is that basically item number 1 would be improve the council's intent to do the following, as opposed to actually doing the following, because you can't do the following until you have item 2 completed.
Okay, and my understanding is the word intent does rhyme with cement, so that basically would say to me that we have an intention, but it's not necessarily in cement at this time. I wanted people to understand that difference. The second thing I wanted to point out is motion 6A, I think is going to bring to light the reality of the status financially of the agency, but also its ability to continue to do the work that it's doing. And 6B basically talks a lot about the stakeholders and reporting back. I'd like to ask that everybody who made motions, which includes myself and Councilmember Alatorre, to seriously, for the President to now appoint, as part of this process, an ad hoc committee that would include the chairs of Budget Finance, the chair of Personnel, because the issues of civil service and non-civil service are real, as well as the chair of CRNH, which is the CRA and Housing, and the chair of CDD, Community Development Department, to act as an ad hoc committee on moving this agenda item, so that we can get the reports before us and be acting in unison in the direction. And if at that time the reports are negative, that would be reported back to the full council according to the motion that's before us. Members, I just want to take a few minutes to let you understand the importance of the stakeholders and the direction. Up to now, we've had a committee process, and now it's before the full council. But I do think this issue is so important that it's going to take a lot of input. And so up to this point, you need to know that I've been very inclusive. You need to understand that the things we're consolidating are items that we agreed upon with the mayor's office, CAO, CLA, the departments. Anything that was really controversial from that perspective is not before you. What the governance question is a big question mark, but I think that again is part of the process that has to go through a process. For us to not continue in this direction, I think basically just puts all the work before us behind us and doesn't mean anything. I need you to understand that when we talk about economic development, it's probably the most important issue facing this city, because it does impact the quality of life, and that's what we've been trying to get to. And without the council serving the role of the CRA during the transition phase, I don't think we can get it done. Now, I also think that none of us want to be the CRA. I just want you to understand the intentions of this chair, because we understand the importance of that board to the community groups and to that decision-making process.
Thank you.
But we're not talking about a CRA board, but an Economic Development Commission now.
Ms. Goldberg.
Yes, I'd like to ask the makers of the amendments A and C to change, instead of calling it citizens participation, call it public participation task force, because if we're going to have grassroots people, I don't want to have to ask everybody whether they're citizens or not. And that, just a small change. I have really two questions and then a statement. The first question is again to the CAO and the CLA. If we declare our intent to do the following, what would the next steps be? And is that what 2, 3, and 4, and 5 down there are? And secondly, if we go through all of those steps and then decide not to actually do it, is this reversible? And what would it take to reverse it? Is it a supermajority, the same number that voted for it, or what? And then let me say that I came in, well, I started out supporting doing it all today, and then I got convinced not to do it all today. And then I heard the debate, and I think that as long as we're saying that this is the council's intent to do the following rather than taking the step, I'd like to put this in motion with the stuff going to Budget and Finance, to going to Personnel. I think the idea of having the Personnel Committee, some going to CED, the idea of having, if the President of the Council sees fit, to appoint that kind of ad hoc committee with the 4 chairs to work on this and come back. Without it, we don't get the process started to see what the answers really are. And so if we are clear, and that's why I asked the 2 questions first, that it is the council's intent to do the following, means we want to act as if we were going to do this, to get the information, but have not made the final decision to do this until we get all the feedback, then I would urge we do that today. And let's get it started. We can decide not to do it later unless you tell us that we can't. And I think it's a good thing to do to get the information that it's going to take because this isn't going to happen overnight, even if we subsequently decide to do it. So I've now changed 3 times, but it's just when you said intent that made me think of another possibility. If that's clear that it doesn't make the decision, but it just says we are saying that's our intent to do it if all the answers come back in a satisfactory fashion, then that's what I would urge that we do today.
If, just responding to your question, if you, and somewhat don't act on item 1, but item 2 says we're effectuating recommendation 1.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was...
I have to think about, but if you acted on 2, you would tell us to go ahead and put together the material. If you adopted 6B, you'd say do it with a task force, and if you did 6C, it'd come back to this Budget and Finance Committee and the other committees. So I guess you're right. If you don't do 1, and you do 2, 3, and in essence do 2, 3, and 4, well, 2, 3, and 5. 4 talks about, we could bring back the process, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6A, B, and C. Then you would in essence proceed to get the process. You would direct city attorney and staff to do the work. We'd go back through those 3 committees. And your answer to your other question is, what does it take to stop it? What it takes to keep it going is 8 votes. What it takes to stop it is 8 votes.
But my understanding
you have to get 8
Is
votes.
that new? Is that new?
That's until charter reform. I'm not sure what it'll be after that.
Right, but it goes back to the ad hoc committee, not the individual committees. That was what...
Right now, since there is no ad hoc committee, it would go back through the committees. If the president created an ad hoc committee, then unless you want an action today of the council
Yeah, that'll
creating
be one of the actions. That should be an action.
Okay. Mr. Holden.
Make that one.
Mr. President, members, we've been debating this for almost an hour or so. It's clear to me that even the supporters of this measure did not envision that they were not ready, because they came and said, vote for this, and then after discussion pursued, then they said, well, we got to change this and change that. Means they're not ready. But that's not anything unusual. From time to time, you get a majority vote on something that's we have to change later on down the road, unfortunately, because there was too much haste. As they say, haste makes waste. Mr. President, members, I was impressed by 2 speakers, Ms. Galanter, who said the entire package should go to committee, and it should, because we're just not ready. Number 2, Mr. Savornich, who says, don't blame the CRA. The council took $80 million from them. If they left the $80 million there, they wouldn't be talking about having a deficit. What did he say? The council took it away. And they say, where's it written that when you want to have economic development in the city, who do you call? Well, most people call the council, or they call the mayor, they call both. They're calling somebody because you're having economic development all over the place. In my view, and the arena's a done deal, but it was $12 million given from the CRA to the arena by 14 members of the council. I mean, how are you going to blame the CRA for having a deficit, and you're not going to pay that off by 2003, which means the interest will quadruple, and you'll be gone, Mr. Deaton, because you're going to retire, you say. I'll be gone too. But the fact of the matter is that you're giving a responsibility to your successor who would not have created the problem for the city of Los Angeles, which we're about to create. I think we ought to drop the politics and the power grab and really be really serious about what we're doing to this city should this happen. I mean, to try to satisfy a few could be a big mistake, and would prove to be so. If you want to do that, go ahead. I'm telling you right now, just as you did with the taxi cab deal, just as you did with the parking contract at the airport, where it was 14-1 and the court reversed it. How many times do you have to be told that we're making mistakes? Maybe we need a charter amendment to abolish where everybody who's on here, get rid of them, and start all over again, because this is crazy, it's insane. And what you're doing today, or attempting to do, intent is insane. The CRA was legislated by the legislature, period. If you take on the CRA, you take on its responsibility also, and its problems. You say you become the CRA, and that state law that mandates the control and operation of CRA today will mandate it under your jurisdiction with your problems. You just don't understand, once again.
Okay.
Leave it alone.
Mr. Wax.
First, I want to address a couple of points that have been made by Mr. Savornich, Mr. Holden, Ms. Misikowski, and then try to clarify where we're at with Mr. Deaton's response to Mr. Fuhrer. I agree with Mr. Savornich that the CRA has done a lot of good things. And I agree that one of the reasons people go there is because they can do certain things that others can't. They have two basic powers that distinguish them. They can accumulate property because of their rights of eminent domain, and they can use tax increment financing, which nobody else can. And the tax increment financing is justified by the fact that the economic development that is financed by it is created. It's a but-for situation, and it wouldn't be there otherwise. And that is the legal the policy rationale for doing it. But and so in using those powers, they've done a lot of good things. But their deficit, Mr. Savornich, is not due because the council took $80 million away. Maybe it would be $80 million less, but it would still be hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that exist today because they've made endless amounts of bad loans, which are either not intended to be loans or which were just bad ones, and they're simply they're not being paid back. Their deficit is also because they haven't been running that efficiently, and so 80 million more or less, we would still have the difficulty. And Mr. Holden made an interesting point about the $12 million for the arena. The developers wanted very clearly for the city council to go on and be liable for that if the CRA didn't have the money. And we put it in writing that the city would no way do it. I think that once we take over, and this gets me to Ms. Misikowski's point, we get closer to the fact that the city will assume it if the CRA can't. Yes, Ms. Misikowski, the lawyers did answer you that our liability, legal risk would not be any greater. But incurrence of debt around here isn't only due to legal aspect. Incurrence of debt around here is due to policy decisions often made by this council. And in the 28 years I have been here, I guarantee you, once those employees are our employees, we will pay the $8 million deficit rather than having those employees go. That is just the way it has always been, and that is the way it will. You can incur liability without being legally required to do so. You incur liability because it will be much more politically expedient and almost necessary for the council to make the decisions that assume the debts and assume the liabilities, and you will pay for it. We didn't have to pay the water and power employees $386 million. That wasn't a legal requirement. This council decided it wanted to give it to them to buy labor peace to have the reorganization. It wasn't legally required, but it was given. The moment they are us and we are them, I guarantee you, you will be paying those deficits and you will be paying those debts. That's what worries me. That is the worry. It is, in a way, Nate, it is, the enemy is us. But I've seen it around here, and knowing that, I don't want to put that power in the hands to do that. And that's what I fear. Now, Mr. Fuhrer, you raised a good point. I certainly favor the motions, Mr. Alatorre's motion, and all for the information that we need. I want all the information we can have on there because information gives you facts, and it gives you more time to have it, debate it, and more people to enter into the discussion, more input from all over. So I would support the motions that would ask for the studies and the facts and all, but I understood Mr. Fuhrer's point is to say, though, to not go ahead with number one.
Okay.
And not declare ourselves to even the intent to be the CRA till we get it. I'm happy to get all of the information possible. I just don't want to go take the vote of declaring either our intention or in fact to be the CRA. So how do we accomplish that, Mr. Fuhrer, on my last second? How do we accomplish that?
Do a vote for
Basically, you vote for items 2 through 5.
6C.
And 6A, B, and C. What do you do with 1? You just delay it until the information comes back.
All right,
It'll be
Mr. Ridley
fine.
Thomas, you have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the council, I think one of the words that ought to be inserted in this discussion is the basic concept of accountability. There is nothing more important to governance than that very central concept. And it would seem to me that direct oversight with the appropriate input from the PACs and the CACs, that is the entities that are elected throughout the respective project areas, having input, as well as a commission that is appointed by both the council and the mayor, gives us the kind of input that calls it participatory. But the underscoring feature has to be, in my view, accountability. There is no hiding place. Mr. Wax, I appreciate your eloquence as it relates to your fears, but fret not yourself. We are simply trying to do something that's going to help with respect to the issue of economic development. Finally, Mr. President, I think we have raised a number of issues, and I think we are prepared to move forward. It is to be considered a step forward that we move the items with the appropriate amendments. Mr. Hernandez's suggestion around the issue of an ad hoc committee seems to me to be a way to centralize it. The one additional thing that I would wish to add to what is the main amendment at this point, 6C, is that the item be scheduled for consideration in council in 60 days. I'm offering a friendly amendment, Mr. Alatorre. I think we should have a progress report scheduled on the council in 60 days. It seems to me we need to keep this moving. My concern is, as I said before when I spoke, that this is a big job. We've worked on it a long time, and it is smart for us, if we are well-intentioned, to keep it moving. If it is not completed at that time, we simply need to be apprised of that and complete the work. But I would hope that members of the council would be prepared to schedule this for 60 days from the date on this council, and I would so move.
Mrs. Chick?
Yes, I just want to make sure that my amendment also gets added to the mix, and that was focused on having a report back to the full council, and quite frankly, it can come back within 2 to 4 weeks, on the current state of affairs in the CRA, and a discussion of how and why we got there. Because colleagues, no matter what, as we're moving forward on this, whether we have the full support to merge the CRA into this new department or not, practically everyone who has stood up today has talked about problems with the CRA. And I think that it behooves us to hear from the management, from the commission if they are willing to come forward, and especially from the CAO and the CLA, to put before us and the public what the current situation is. I think it's important information to weigh in on what our next steps are, particularly for the people who are concerned about our taking over the CRA. So, Mr. Wax, I believe you were willing to second that, to ask for the report from CRA, and I would add that and then look forward to a vote.
Mr. Alatorre, is there anything left to say?
No, there's about 10,000 there. Mr. President, members, I want to make it real clear. I don't really, I think that the process has got to move forward. I'm not trying to stop the process. But I think that anybody that doesn't believe that information that is of paramount importance in attempting to make a decision, one way or another, I think that's irresponsible. And I think the only thing that I'm talking about is getting that information and moving it forward, one way or another, plain and simple. And if anybody is paranoid about what my intent is, that's my intent. And if it falls that it's the best way to go, so be it. But right now, we were being asked to make a decision without having that kind of information so that we can make it intelligently. And once that we have that, then I think that we either like it or we don't. Either it's a great idea whose time has come, or it is a great idea whose time has not come. One way or another.
Mrs. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard Mr. Ridley Thomas calling for a 60-day report back.
But we're not going to be ready.
Well, when do you think you'd be ready? Because I was thinking of 60 days when we'd have all the information and be ready to act. But you're talking about a report in 60 days.
I'm with you.
Let me ask Mr. Deaton and Mr. Comrie, if you feel that, what kind of time frame do you feel you need to get the data together?
Well, I think that the basic ordinances can be written within 60 days. However, I believe that we can come back in 60 days. If we have it done, fine. If not, we'll tell you why we haven't got it done. I think that the key element, there are a lot of stakeholders who want to have input to the process. That will take some time if we're going to do it legitimately, and I think we should. And so therefore, that's an unknown.
Well, if we don't get it done in 60 days, that's mid-April, it'll have to wait until after the budget period.
Well, actually, what I'd like, what would be, if it's possible, we should try to do it in the budgetary process. If we, and
Okay.
60 days would give us an opportunity to see if we're going to be able to do that. If not, then it'll be later.
As long as we do it
Okay.
before 90 days.
Right. I think that that we should be in a position to get back to the council in 60 days with a report. If we have all the pieces together and we've done the right things with the stakeholders, then we'll be ready to move. But in any way, it'll give us a check that we have to report back and let you know where we are.
Okay, and with the overall, to have it finished by the first week in June, regardless.
Well, if it is a good idea whose time has come, then we should be able to implement it in the 99-2000 budget.
Okay, good.
All right, Mr. Savornich.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I guess looking at this whole debate is from what perspective you look at it. I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of a businessman. Others are trying to look at this from the perspective of a venture capitalist, and there's a difference. And the difference would be is that as a businessman, I want to take a look at the CRA in regards to making it run more efficiently for the people of the city of Los Angeles. If I wanted to look at it as a venture capitalist, I'd either buy it or sell it. And that's about it. And so one of the things that I want to be able to do is that this issue has taken this long because in the early part of the 1990s, the economy in Los Angeles wasn't good. It was the inappropriate time for a whole bunch of reasons to either consider the economic consolidation functions. You don't reorganize a business as a businessman when your business is in the tank. You organize it when business is good. You have to wait for that moment in time. We're at that moment of time now. And if the CRA was such a lousy business, why would you want to keep it? And what we're saying is, we want to make it more accountable. We want it to run better. It is only one part of the economic development functions. This debate in the early 1990s would not have been appropriate. But we're in the last year of the 1990s. Ask anyone who works economic development issues, the mayor's office who has worked these issues, much to the credit for the city with much success. Ask any economic forecaster. Right now, the city of Los Angeles, business in the city of Los Angeles is doing well. If we delay this issue a year or two or three or four, all of us in business know that there are peaks and there are valleys. And we most certainly would not want to be discussing this in a valley. We would not want to be discussing this issue if it were indeed the early 1990s. But we have allowed time to get away from us. As sure as we are at the peak right now, another valley will come. We know that very well. And at that time, if we do not act to make our economic development functions work in an efficient manner in the city, and even more efficient manner, the debate at that time will be, now's not the time. Let's allow it to wait a little bit longer because now we're in the middle of a local recession, or it looks like we're going to be going into a trough. Now is not the time to do it. Mr. President, members of the council, now is the time to do it, but I understand very well that there are a lot of considerations that maybe some of you would like to have debated before we move forward. I don't have a problem moving forward with items 2 through 6C, but let's be realistic about this. It was not the time before to take a look at this issue. The time is now. Let us not allow it to slip away.
Ms. Galanter.
Taking heed of the comment that we've delayed long enough, I move the previous question.
Okay. Prepare the roll on the previous question. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
The previous question has been imposed. That means the debate is ceased. Okay. What do we have first?
The question of whether to divide the question, Councilmember Fear's motion.
Well, we have.
Receive and file 1 and approve items 2 through 5, 6A, B, C, and D.
We have some amendments first.
Yeah, 6A, B, and A, B, C, and D.
Okay. So let's vote on 6C.
Well, actually, 6D is to appoint an ad hoc committee on economic development consolidation.
The President.
Dude, it says, it doesn't specify who they are. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
You don't want to give me any power, Nate?
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, the next item.
Next item, Councilmember Chick's motion to request the CRA Management Commission and CEO, CLA to report on the current problems and solutions.
Well, the
Okay.
basic intent is to do that at the time we come back with all the
Yeah, well,
other
let's
stuff.
just, we got to have, be author, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Now we have, which one?
Next item is an amendment, Councilmember Willie Thomas's amendment to ask that a progress report be given in 60 days relative to motion 6C.
Basically, that's in 6D.
That's the same motion as Jim.
D.
That's 6C.
We have 6C, which is,
It's
which is,
D.
which is,
D is in devious.
yeah. Okay. What do we have? What item do we have before?
We have, okay, the Willie Thomas motion would amend motion 6C. 6C requests a 90-day report, and the Willie Thomas motion would request 60 days.
I think the 6C does not, 6C is in 60 days to get back to the committee.
6D, actually.
Huh?
6D.
Yeah, I know, but 6C.
6D says 60 days.
Yeah.
And
6C says 60 days, but it goes from, then it goes to the
Point of
budget
information.
finance.
So just,
What is this simply for the CRA to report back to the council, and what else does it do?
no, this,
It goes to
60 days that will all report back to the council
About what?
about everything that's before you today.
Including a merger or takeover?
Exactly.
Mr. Alatorre's motion is to refer it to 60 days and then refer it to the budget and finance.
Unless the task force ad hoc committee.
No.
To the ad hoc committee, he accepted the amendment to the ad hoc committee.
I'll
6D,
I'll take application for those who want to be on the task for the ad hoc committee.
So you have Mr. Ridley Thomas's motion for 60 days.
Yes.
Okay. All right, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Mr. Burns and Mr. Alatorre really wanted 30 days. I was trying to give them a little bit more.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, for me, it could have been 120 days.
So, is there any,
There's
is there any need to any more action?
That's what we were afraid of.
6B, 6A, and items 2 through 5. 6B is the creation of the
Where's 6D?
task force. 6A is the audit by the city administrative office. 6.2.
Point of information?
What is your point?
If we pass 6B, it has some similarities but some differences than 6C. So because one calls for the Citizens Committee to be established by the CAO and the other by the council and the mayor. I just want to make sure we don't pass things that are contradictory. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying if you pass 6B, it contradicts C.
6C
Okay.
supersedes 6B.
So maybe we don't need 6B. Is it already subsumed in C, Mr. Hernandez, as the maker of the motion? Is B subsumed in C?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I'm not a certified interpreter.
Okay. Okay, I just didn't
what
want to
item do
vote
we
for
have
something
before
that
us now?
contradicted something.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, 6A. Prepare the roll on 6A. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved.
Now, you would receive and file item number 1, and then vote on 2 through 5.
Who made the motion to receive and file item 1? Okay, is there any objection to receiving and file item 1? Now that, there's no objections, then that passed, but item number 2 has effectuate item recommendation number 1. Isn't that
Right, it says effectuate 1, which means we will assume that we will prepare the materials as though 1 was so, but 1, you haven't done 1.
We received and filed.
So it's you received and filed 1. So 2 through 5 is basically the material, the data, the ordinances, etc.
Now, 1 is, we're not voting on 1. We're
I
voting
agree.
on 2 through.
I said you've already received, the council just received and filed 1.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have in there 2 to effectuate the recommendation number 1.
I understand. It's a concept of 1.
Hey, Mr. Ferrara, it's okay.
We're not doing that at all.
Huh?
Clarification? Point of clarification?
Yeah, what is it?
I think that what we're saying is we're not voting to do 1, but we're asking the staff to act as if 1 had been done in order to get us the information. But we have not taken a position, we just received and filed whether we're actually going to put it into effect.
That's right.
So we're asking them to do the things that it would do to do 1, but to not put anything into effect. So we have to take out the word effectuate and just say to gather the information and reports from which we will decide whether or not it makes sense to do 1.
Point of order, can I just suggest that where everything in 2 through 5 use the words recommendation number 1, that we adopt 2 through 5 with to effectuate the council taking over, et cetera, et cetera. So we put the language in, we're not adopting it, but we're saying instruct the city attorney, the CAO, and all the appropriate steps to bring back the steps it would take to do 1, even though we aren't doing 1, but we changed the language from recommendation 1 to what's in recommendation 1.
Okay, is that clear?
It's bringing the motions back.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Basically, where you see recommendation 1 and 2 through 5, you're saying as though the council is to prepare the material as though the council is going to act on recommendations 1.
But it's not acting on it.
But it's not acting on it.
Separate the question, Mr. President.
That way you will have the material before you that you asked for, and without, you cannot proceed without voting on the material that you have.
Okay, Mr. Holden, what is your...
Separate the question. 1A should be separate from the others. 6.
1A.
All of 1 has been received and filed.
It's already been received and filed?
Yes.
All right, then.
Mr. President, just point of
Okay, we're
clarification.
going to change that word effectuate
Yeah.
to...
I can't.
It's a very important word, but we're not going to use it.
I can't think of a word that rhymes
We'll
with it.
delete that. There's no objection to delete.
Mr. President, just a point of clarification. I want to make sure in the deletion of 6B, the second further, we did not delete the importance of the stakeholders' participation in the process. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay. I just know that I said C incorporated B, but that wasn't part of that incorporation. I'm
Okay.
an official interpreter,
Okay,
okay?
let's well, now, we love the stakeholders, and we don't want to offend them, so let's vote on 2 through 5 as amended. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
All right, is that over with now?
I have a couple of amendments I want to introduce.
On what? Okay, forthwith on item number 4. Okay, the next item. Mr. Burnson has an announcement.
The Planning Land Use Management Committee will meet 5 minutes after the adjournment of the council session.
Budget and Finance Committee and the Ad hoc Committee on Tax will meet immediately after council.
Mr. President, the IGR committee will meet at 2:30. Can you do it?
Ask for an amen on that.
Mr. President?
2:30? Okay.
Mr. President?
The next item.
Mr. President,
Mr.
if I may, I'd like to ask Mr. Alatorre if he will make the committee meeting at 2:15 instead of right now.
That's fine. If that's okay. If you can't make it, 2:15 is fine. Sure.
Okay. It's not going to be right now because we're still in...
I'm just going to move that we continue the remaining matters until tomorrow so we can finish the committee things. But bad idea?
Okay, sorry.
That was a bad idea whose time definitely didn't go.
Is there, we have item 20, 24, 25, and 28. You want to continue them?
Yes.
Let's just call it. Let's continue.
And 20. And 20.
All right. I don't care.
No.
Continuing all my items?
Yeah. 22 and 24 are just we have to hear from the watchdog, the dog.
No, we got to hear that. We got to hear it.
Okay, let's
Hear
take,
from the watchdog.
we'll take 22 and 24 next, and we'll let Mr. Shapiro speak 3 minutes.
This is Leonard Shapiro, the community watchdog. I'm glad,
In whose opinion?
in my opinion, and the opinion of the Watts Times and the Toluca Times. I say on item 22, Mr. Few has got the right idea when he's pushing to get the transportation needs of the elderly and that there's money going to be available in Sacramento when he wants to apply for it. Okay, go to it. But the only point I like to raise on this matter is that too much money that's ostensibly supposed to help the elderly is wasted. I'd like to see more reports, especially on transportation, when they say that they're the smart buses and the smart way and they're this way and that way, and meanwhile nobody gets taken any place. I'd like to see some reports. That's 22. Can I talk on 24?
Yes, go ahead. So you're tired.
24 is on Rudy Savornich's fishing expedition. He's going fishing because he knows the fishing industry in San Pedro is in bad shape, and he wants the analysts, the CLA and the CAO, find out if there's any money available any place to help the fishing industry. I'm not against you, Rudy. I think it's a good idea. But I think that you ought to look yourself. See what's available locally to help the people, because rather than look in Sacramento and Washington, look right here in your own backyard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
How about 28?
No, we're not going to do 28 now. Okay, any discussion on, Mrs. Waller, did you want to speak on 22? Okay, we have 22 and 24 before us. Prepare the roll, tabulate the vote. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 25, called special by Councilmember Hernandez.
Is someone here from DWP? Yeah.
What item?
Item 25 is dealing with their mandate by the PUC to trim trees throughout the city of Los Angeles in terms of emergency services and moving to a one-year tree trimming cycle. My concern is there's been a whole debate going on in Environmental Affairs Committee in regards to tree trimming and the standards that we as a city use to trim trees. And we have a citizens advisory group on trees, a forestry advisory group, and I need to know that they will serve as an advisory group to DWP. Apparently the standards you're selecting are different from those standards that they have adopted, And I just want to know how we're going to consolidate that, because for us to be trying to trim trees according to one standard, and then to have you come by and retrimming according to another standard is going to create a funny-looking tree.
Okay, my name's Tom Dale. I'm superintendent of tree trimming at DWP. Respectfully, I disagree with what you said. Respectfully, I disagree with what you said, Mr. Hernandez, about differences in standards. DWP has adopted the International Society of Arboriculture Trimming Standards, which is what the Community Forest Advisory Committee is advocating. Also, with this contract, I attend the Community Forest Advisory Committees regularly, and I went, actually I was on jury duty, and a member of my staff went to them, explained the contract, and they forwarded a letter of support for this contract to Council Member to Galanter, and I don't see where there's a problem.
Okay, and then with a tremendous amount of respect, I respect the work you're doing. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that at the Commerce, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee, I raised this issue having sat through the 4-hour hearing in the Environmental Quality Committee, and there were a number of people attending the hearing from some of the tree groups. Scott Wilson was there and some other people. I've forgotten who else was there. There were several people there. You would have been proud of the Department of Water and Power. The one significant difference is that they are required to trim the trees 18 inches away from the power lines, and we don't have a standard policy in our general street tree trimming that addresses that because we don't, it's DWP's problem. So that, I think, is the only significant difference, and they do have to do that. You can have a terrible problem if you don't.
Ms. Misakowski?
I just wanted to let Mr. Hernandez know that the item that has been much debated and in front of the Environmental Quality Committee on the question of tree trimming is coming back on Monday, hopefully for a wrap-up with the Joint Committee on Public Works, and exactly the issue that he's concerned about, and that is the difference of standards, or the perceived difference of standards, should be taken up in terms of a creation of a new committee, which, dare I say, will consolidate the tree trimming efforts in the city that are now being done by Rec and Parks, by DWP, by Street Tree, by private contractors, to make sure that when we indicate that all have abided by a new international standard, that in the eye of the beholder, everyone is committed to it in the same manner, in the same way, and we have an oversight committee to deal with that. So I think it will be accommodating exactly what his concerns are. As Ms. Galanter indicated, this particular contract was overseen.
25.
You said you didn't want to hear the
Prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 28, you have a card?
Huh? Which one? Okay, we have Ms. Galanter, how long a public hearing do you want? Unlimited? That's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing all day today. Okay, Gerald Weiss.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Jerry Weiss. I represent a company called Environmental Products Corporation, better known by its acronym ENVIPCO. We are the only PET recycler in the state of California, and this issue is important to us. I'd like to make 3 quick points, if I could, regarding this issue. Number one, the resolution indicates that Miller and Continental PET have not committed to use recycled content in the plastic bottle. As far as
would you pull the microphone up to you so we can hear you?
As far as we are concerned, they both have made a commitment to use recycled content when and if this bottle becomes commercial. And I think we have a solid foundation to believe that, because Continental PET Recycler, our Continental PET technology, is the largest user of bottle-grade PET recycling material in the country. So that's point number one, and I think it's going to be a good influence for our market, and if more people would use recycled content, we'd be in much better shape. Number two, there are 4 issues that are brought up in this package by the Design Recycle. It's a plastics redesign project. These are all important issues. but they are not dire issues. They are being approached now by the industry. And for example, there are barrier bottles out in the market today. We've learned to use them. There are metallized labels out in the market today. We do have aluminum capabilities, and we can potentially treat these problems. The third and last point that I'd like to make is that Miller first had approached the Association for Plastics Recyclers, the APR, back in October, and asked us to cooperate in a program to evaluate the recycling capability of the plastic beer container. My plant in Riverside, California, was a big part of the evaluation of that system. The material is now in the hands of many end users, and we are starting to get feedback back on the acceptance of the plastic beer container in a recycled form. The Miller people and Continental Pet Technology will make a presentation to the APR in the middle of February to consolidate all of this information. In summary, I think it is a little premature to propose a resolution like this at this time. I think in the next month or two, we're going to know a lot more about the recyclability of this material, and I think that information would be made available to the council for any action at that time.
Thank you. Tim Shaktik. Tim Shaktik. Mr. Shapiro, you can sit down. I'll call you when your time is right. You've been on up and down like a yo-yo all day.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. My name is Tim Shestik. I'm with the American Plastics Council. We're the National Trade Association of Plastic Resin Manufacturers. I just want to quickly make a couple of comments in conjunction with Mr. Weiss. It is our contention that this resolution is a bit premature at this time. There are ongoing efforts to address the recyclability of the Miller Brewing Company's plastic beer bottle, and those efforts really fully reflect the spirit of the resolution. As evidence of this, the bottle manufacturer, Continental PET, began working with members of the Association of Post-Consumer Plastics Recyclers, the organization that in fact represents plastics recyclers, to identify potential challenges and opportunities for the existing PET recycling infrastructure. These ongoing tests that are occurring right as we speak will analyze the effects of the bottle's color, its barrier layers, label, cap, and closure on existing PET recycling systems. The point that I really want to reiterate is that the bottle manufacturer, in conjunction with recyclers, with our organization, with the National Association of PET Container Resources, have been engaged in responsible, coordinated efforts to address potential recyclability concerns. The answers to all these challenges and opportunities for this new package are not yet known, but the stakeholders involved are continuing their responsible and constructive efforts to find those answers. When those findings are complete, the results will be shared with the City of Los Angeles and other parties that share in the desire of plastic beer packaging to be recyclable. We would ask that in light of these industry efforts, the Council not move on this resolution today. Thank you.
Luke Schmidt.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Luke Schmidt, and I am the president of NAPCOR, the National Association for PET Container Resources. And I appreciate your consideration of our testimony concerning Resolution 99-0130. NAPCOR is a nonprofit corporation which represents the manufacturers of PET resin and bottle manufacturers in both the United States and Canada. NAPCOR was founded in 1987, and our primary mission is to facilitate the recycling of PET containers and to promote their usage. And as you may know, PET is used to package various types of food and beverage items, including soft drinks, liquor, water, and now beer. PET is the most recycled plastic in the United States today. Once collected from the consumer, PET containers are recycled into over 50 new products, including textile applications such as polyester fiber, which is used to make carpeting. Over 75% of all of the polyester carpeting made in the United States today comes from recycled PET containers. The purpose of our testimony today is to comment on the recent introduction of the Miller Brewing PET beer bottle and the resolution. The manufacturer of the bottle, Continental PET Technologies of Florence, Kentucky, is a member of NAPCOR. And I am pleased to state on an unequivocal basis, as you've heard before, that both Miller and Continental PET technologies support the recycling of all containers. As you review the draft resolution before you today, we would encourage you to consider the following points. First, although new to the marketplace in terms of beer packaging, multi-layer PET bottles, as Mr. Weiss indicated, are being recycled every day. Second, the new PET beer bottle is engineered to permit the use of post-consumer recycled content. The intent, as stated by both Miller and Continental, is to add post-consumer content to the bottle as it moves from the test market phase to full-scale commercial status, truly making it an environmentally friendly package. This intent, in and of itself, will go a long way to support PET recycling by increasing the demand for recycled PET containers. The anticipated amount of post-consumer recycled content is 25%. And as Mr. Weiss pointed out, in order to assure the compatibility with the existing PET recycling stream, the manufacturer of the PET beer bottle is currently working with the Plastics Recycling Trade Association, APR, to demonstrate the recyclability of the container. Part of this demonstration will include addressing issues such as closures, labels, to make sure that the bottle is in fact compatible with the stream. And again, our industry has worked for 11 years to demonstrate and to facilitate PET recycling. In conclusion, we believe that it is premature to consider passage of the resolution. Much of what the resolution calls for on the part of the companies in terms of identifying recycling issues is already underway. And NAPCOR believes that the prudent course of action at this time is to allow the companies time to complete their test market exercise. And again, an examination of container recycling issues is and will continue to be an important part of this exercise. So again, we would urge the council not to move on this resolution today. Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
Mr. President, I don't have too much to say on this subject.
Ooh.
I just like to back what Jerry Weiss said. And when people make an attempt, like you heard these three previous speakers, when they make an attempt to abide by the rules of the council, when they say they're going to cooperate with you as much as they can, I see no reason why you should have the resolution end up with, furthermore, the city council directs the Bureau of Sanitation staff to determine how much unrecyclable Miller beer bottles will cost the city, and present the Miller Brewing Company with a bill to recoup costs that the city will endure as a result of Miller's decision. I say that's not the appropriate thing to do at this time. It's only appropriate to do that when a person is thumbing their nose at you and not making any attempt to cooperate. But the way you hear it, they're cooperating and you're still thumbing your nose at them. That's not the way to go.
Mr. Robinson, the other expert on
Mr. President, members, Ruth and Michael are telling you here that Miller's plastic beer bottles are contaminated. And pardon the academician in me, Mike, but with polyethylene terephthalate. Pardon me. Public speaking isn't my forte. Please bear with me while I attempt to give structure to a relatively disorganized mind. The fact that they're being currently allowed doesn't mean that they're not contaminated. Thank you.
The public hearing is closed. Ms. Galanter.
All right, the problem here, I appreciate everybody's declarations that they're going to cooperate. The problem here, and the reason I brought in the resolution, is that they've dumped this stuff on us as a test market before they've finished the research. I'm delighted that everybody is working on recycling the Miller beer bottles, and I understand that in some test markets, the test bottles are indeed recyclable. Unfortunately, in our test market, from everything that I've been able to learn, they're not. And the result is that you and I and all of the taxpayers of the City of Los Angeles are paying more for the Sanitation Bureau to separate out the bottles that are today not recyclable. It adds to the costs of the city in providing our recycling services. On the contrary, the motion is not premature. The bottles on the market are premature. You should do your homework first, and then you put them in the stream. Then if they're recyclable and they don't have the non-recyclable metal cap on them, we don't have a problem. And what this resolution says is that we are seeking redress for what has basically been an act of corporate irresponsibility. We're the guinea pigs, and it's going to cost us money. The problem with these bottles, I had Californians Against Waste here on Friday, whatever it was. We were going to do this originally. I guess it was Friday. And they weren't able to come back today. But basically, there are three problems with these bottles. They are, yes, all these speakers are right. They are in a test phase. Unfortunately, we're the lab. And the problems are that most of the plastic bottles that are recycled have a plastic thing on the top. The recycling stream can handle that. If you put a metal thing on the top, it requires additional labor to get the metal thing off, or you take it out and throw it in a landfill instead of sending it to a recycler. Even so, even if you send it to the gentleman who runs the recycling plant, somebody's got to sit there, and we're paying them to do it, to sort the stuff out and have a whole new category of waste that we have to recycle. This is not fair. This is not that, asking us to cooperate is a little bit, we've been trying to decide over here what's the opposite of premature. We decided it's rotten. It's the best we could come up with. First, you should do the homework. You should talk to us. We would be happy to cooperate, but to put these bottles on the market, to add to the costs in a city that is trying very hard to do an efficient and cost-effective recycling job, it's really not fair, and we ought to get our money back. And that's what the resolution says. Ask your support.
Any
If they
further
give us a
discussion?
new bottle, then we have something different to talk about.
If not, prepare the roll on item 28. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith, next item.
This is the time for comments from the public on non-agenda items.
Okay. Members of the council, we're going to have a 10-minute public hearing. 10 minutes. Wiley Brown.
Thank you, President of the Council and council members. The reason I'm here, Mr. President and members of the council, is that
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
the reason I'm here, Mr. President and members of the council, is that I have been the victim of a conspiracy by city contractors. And these city contractors were physicians in hospitals. And the conspiracy involves gross negligence and fractures in my upper back, rib cage, pelvis, and neck, and cervical spine. That is a broken neck. And therefore, and also this conspiracy has resulted in the police performing a sham raid on my house. They entered my house and alleged that...
Okay, we have other people who want to be heard, so I...
Yes, but they entered my house, Mr. President, and alleged that a bank robber had robbed the Security First National Bank at 57th and Crenshaw. And I noticed that they didn't have any handguns in their hands or whatever.
Okay.
This was
Jose.
May I please make a few more statements?
Okay.
I was also told by Judge Robert I. Wild that I've been liable and that the city attorney has the libelous information. I would like for the city council to authorize the city attorney to turn over this libelous information to me, and also the 9 or more fractures in my upper back, because the fractures in my upper back, which I have hard evidence to present, that is x-ray evidence, and I need this for further litigation. I thank you.
Thank you. Jose Palacio. David Nagoshenair. Michael Forkart. What is your name?
My name's Michael Folkert. I'm a member of the Venice Beach Merchants Association, and I'm a merchant on the Venice Boardwalk for right around 10 years. I'm here to talk about the illegal vending that's taken place on the Venice Boardwalk and has been going on for quite a few years now, but the last couple of years it's really escalated and is a major problem to the businesses on the boardwalk. The Los Angeles Times had an article saying that the ordinance by Councilwoman Ruth Glanter, whose district includes Venice, says the law maintains a safe and legal atmosphere for artists, entertainers, and such vendors who contribute to the charm of Venice Beach. It said that they banned all unlicensed boardwalk vending except performance artists, which is not true. There's hundreds of illegal vendors set up right across from legitimate businesses doing business. I've gone over the numbers of my particular business from days that it rains, that no illegal vendors can set up, compared to days that are regular days. And my business on days that it rains, which hardly anybody comes to the beach anyway, is 50% better gross income than days that is just a normal sunny day where everybody's at the beach. And that's costing me a lot of money, and it's costing the city of Los Angeles a lot of tax money, because along with me there's 200 other legitimate businesses doing business on the Venice Boardwalk. The ordinance that was written, I've got a copy of it right here, and I see no reason why this ordinance cannot be enforced. The city attorney's office sees no reason why the ordinance cannot be enforced. The police cannot enforce the ordinance because they say that Ms. Galanter's office is the one that tells them what to do, and they're not being given the orders to enforce it as stated here. The ordinance states that no person shall hawk, peddle, vend any goods, wares, or merchandise, foodstuffs, or refreshments upon any public beach lands or beach properties. Then it lists the areas where that is supposed to be taking place, which includes Venice Boardwalk. It also says that the ordinance does not apply to anybody that carries or makes a religious, political, philosophical, or ideological message or statement which is inextricably intertwined with the merchandise that they sell. The police are letting people sell merchandise on the Venice Boardwalk because these people say they're not selling merchandise, they're offering it for a suggested donation. Okay? The ordinance doesn't say that they can't sell merchandise. It says they cannot hawk, peddle, or vend. If I'm out there giving stuff away at suggested donations that I bought downtown, or maybe I made it in my garage, I'm still vending that merchandise. I'm just not doing it for a specific
I think you made your
price.
point. Do we have Santos Soleil that wants to be heard?
He didn't. He had to leave early. He couldn't stay.
Okay, I'll let you have his time.
I've got a paper here issued by the City of Los Angeles that answers questions people ask about vending on Venice Beach, and it says nothing about this illegal activity that's going on. I mean, we're just tired of it. We want something done. I went to, this is not the first time I addressed this issue. First, I went to Jeff Harlan, which works for the Galanter's office. He had these meetings that he showed up with a smile on his face and no paperwork in his hand and said, okay, what are we going to talk about? And everybody talked about the problem and nothing ever happened. And I went to 3 or 4 of these meetings. And this year so far, no meeting has been scheduled by him. Then I went to Mike Bonin with the problem, and he was real concerned about it. And he told me that, yeah, something's going to be done. And then he called me later that day and he said, yeah, the police are going to be out there this weekend enforcing the law. And nobody ever showed up to enforce it. And today I talked to Audie Lieberman, who was also really concerned with the problem. And, you know, I have hopes that something's going to happen with this, but, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I don't know where to go to from here. I don't feel like I should have a class action lawsuit or a lawsuit defending my federal rights as a merchant because I'm being infringed upon with antitrust laws.
All right.
And
Barbara Duffy. Is Barbara Duffy here?
Barbara Duffy, Venice Beach merchant, 18 years. I am here to complain about the illegal vending that is being allowed on public property directly across from legal merchants. These people are undercutting us. They're allowed to sell anything they want. The size of their stands can be determined by how early they get there. Some of them come at 3 o'clock in the morning to stake out their spots. There's many fights and disagreements with them amongst themselves. Also, the artists and entertainers, which once were the flavor of Venice, no longer come to the west side. They go to the promenade in Santa Monica. These illegal vendors won't allow the entertainers the space that they need to accommodate the crowds that stand and watch them. They're concerned that they block their stands. These people are selling merchandise. Some of them claim to be craftspeople and that they actually make these products. Most of them don't. They have imported products that are handmade in third world countries. They are conning the general public. They are saying donations, suggested donation to the general public who don't quite understand that term, and give them the benefit of the doubt and pay the fixed price. They are also causing a problem with the new garbage cans that were allotted to us. They are putting them behind their stands and blocking the public from using them. Many of them use them for display of their own works. What is happening, like on my block, we have 5 food vendors to go. The trash is horrendous. At the end of the day, on any given Sunday, our trash cans are empty. The trash is on the boardwalk. There's no way of controlling it during the day. It makes us look very bad for these tourists that come and see this condition.
Ms. Duffy, the time is expired.
Thank you.
I'm going to let 2 other people speak who, Hector Cabral, not you, Mr. Shapiro. I understand, Your Honor. You understand, I'm sure you understand. Hector Cabral, Eva Gazdik.
Mr. President, nice to see you, and I want to give my time, our famous Godflied Mr. Shapiro. Thank you!
The time is up. I was going to let you speak because you're not here every day, but, all right, Ms. Galander, the public comment period is closed.
Just wanted to announce for the 2 people from the Merchants Association that because they're absolutely right, and we have had a running problem trying to get an ordinance that we have where we haven't lost in court. I actually have a meeting scheduled. I want you to know both Jeff and Mike came to me right away after they talked to you. We have a meeting set up tomorrow afternoon with some of the city officials. We hope will be able to help us craft an ordinance that, I hope you can hear me back there. I can barely hear me up here. That will help us craft an ordinance that will actually work. The problem we've run into, you are right, people are competing with, Leonard, excuse me, Mr. Shapiro? Mr. Shapiro!
Sergeant, would you throw him out?
Would you mind? Gee, listen to the quiet. So we're hopeful that we will have a rewritten version that will stand up in court when the people who, you're right, are not there anymore, who sued us last time and blocked the ordinance, will be able to live with it as well and will be able to enforce it. I also would like to announce that every time the police decide that it's too inconvenient to enforce something at Venice Beach. I learned that they have attributed that to me. I learned that they're not enforcing it when my constituents come to me. I know you all have the same problem. And they say, well, the cops said you said to do it. I have met with every generation of Pacific Division commanding officer about this. I guess I slipped up and didn't remind this one not to pull that stuff, but I'll meet with him as well.
Yes, Mr. Hearn. Okay. What else is next item?
Motions for posting and referral.
There's no objections, unanimous vote.
That clears the desk, Mr.
The
President.
desk is cleared. We have some adjourning motions. Would everyone please stand? Mr. Burnson?
I don't know if we did this or not, but I guess it's been 2 or 3 weeks. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Harold Red Tracton, restaurateur around Los Angeles for a number of decades. Originally, first restaurant on 8th Street when I was in high school, then over on La Cienega and Exposition, and then the San Fernando Valley, and currently in Del Mar. But he was a longtime colorful character in the city of Los Angeles.
A second. Ms. Galanter?
Mr. President, we lost a really special person over the weekend, one of the pillars of the Venice community, Rick Davidson, who was, some of you may know him, you probably know him. Rick was an architect to live on. He probably designed or remodeled half the houses in Venice. He was a poet, particularly in his later years. He had a little more time for poetry. He was one of the founding members of the Peace and Freedom Party, I believe, and was very active there. He was certainly a founding member of the Venice Town Council sometime before I got to Venice. And he's just been a part of Venice life for well over 30 years. He unfortunately had a very long and horrible battle with cancer, which he lost over the weekend.
Ms. Goldberg?
Seconder on that. I got to know him a little while in some of the political things that I did in the 70s and 80s. He was also a guy with a very droll sense of humor.
And wonderful poetry.
Really, really. So, but I'd like to join in that one. I'd also like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Maria Luna Malagon, who died January 30th at the age of 97. She was born in El Paso, Texas on February 3rd, 1901. She moved to Los Angeles in 1920, where she settled with her husband, Abraham Malagon, in East Los Angeles. Her husband passed away in January of 56. Malagon was a seamstress in local sweatshops for many years before she retired in the 60s. She's the grandmother to Conrado Terrazas, one of my staff members. She is survived by a daughter, Irene Malagon, 4 grandchildren, Eduardo, Linda, Orlando, and Conrado, 7 great-grandchildren, and 3 great-great-grandchildren. And I'd like to ask Mr. Alatorre, well, I guess he's gone, but he did, before he left, he did want to also be signed on to this one as well.
Also be signed on that.
Any others? I'd ask we adjourn in memory of Martin Leeds, who passed away. He was an attorney, but he worked many years with CBS, and he worked with the Desilu Studios. He leaves his wife. Call the roll. Yeah, I did. Chuck. The council is adjourned.